Hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting episode of Open Q&A with me. I'm Dr. Jared Jones. I mainly specialize in Buddhist practice. I'm a trained philosopher and student of religious studies. My background includes studying ancient systems of meditation as an academic, the cognitive science of meditation as a philosopher and student of religion, and half a dozen other things, which, if you've turned in for the previous 10 or any of the meditation classes, you've already heard, so I don't want to bore you. I've been a Buddhist for about 20 years, been training in Dragon Gate Taoism for another 5, so I've also put in quite a bit of proper work in terms of training. So my goal, my aim is to help people living in the real world, living real lives as lay people, train in these really profound systems that are so rich, so incredible, that are quite difficult to train in real life. And so that's, in brief, why I'm here. Also, now that we've transitioned out of the meditation class that I teach, which is basically a secular approach, although it does lead to religious experience. Hello, everyone. Hello, General Tao. Of course, I also, as a Buddhist, I have an interest in helping people understand, especially if they're Buddhist, but even if they're not Buddhist, how it is that Buddhist ideas actually hold together, and why, having studied religion and philosophy for the better part of 10 years as an academic, I still think all this stuff is true. It could have very easily gone the other way, especially because I started out relatively skeptical about all of this. Okay. So now let's get into it. So the flavor of these lives, the flavor of these. Okay, cleric, thank you for moderating the class. That was helpful. Let me just ask, among the people who have been here before and hung around a lot, is there anybody who would like to volunteer, perhaps, for moderating the session? Because as I get into this, I know I'm going to get like an hour behind the questions, and the chat might get crazy. Having said that, whoever does moderate, just bear in mind, I don't mind at all adversarial questions. I don't mind challenging things that I need to answer. I don't mind people from other religions coming in and talking about some stuff. But if one person is putting, comment after comment after comment, sort of just trying to dominate the chat or say things that are weird or disrespect people, obviously that's not adding to what any of us are doing here. So, yeah. Soma. Okay. Soma, I'll make you a moderator for today. All right. So we've got one moderator. If anybody wants to chip in later, please just let me know. So I don't want to spend too much time on that. I'm pretty liberal and can rarely. Yeah, that's fine. I actually want you to be liberal and rarely restrict somebody. Like, just tell somebody, hey, here's why we're here. Here's why we're here. And if that's not what you want to do here, then just put them in timeout. You don't kick people out. I'd like them to still hear stuff, but yeah, Okay. All right, so I've got a couple moderators. Hopefully you guys will stick around to the end, or somebody will, so that we can manage the chat. Let me get into it. So what is this all about? What do I do in this particular live? For anyone who's new, I answer questions mainly about Buddhism, and I offer my opinions on Buddhism such as they are, as both a practitioner and a student of religion and a student of philosophy as an academic. So for those of you who don't know, I've spent about 10 years managing very, very large Facebook groups that are focused on Buddhism. So I got to encounter virtually every kind of Buddhism that exists, I think, except for a couple of the really rare ones. And so I have a fairly broad understanding of what's going on with Buddhism more generally. which is probably part of the reason that some of you are surprised by the way that I take sources from a number of different places. Okay, so let's start at the top. So General Tao asks, when you get a second, please discuss the wheel of life diagram, Buddha pointing, skull ornaments on Mara. Buddha pointing. Okay, so those of you who are new, I go in the order of the chat. But because I only get to do this because some people donate, because some people super chat, because some people are members, I try to get to members' questions out of order because the community owes them a debt, you know? Only because of the people that contribute am I able to do this for free for everyone. So if you do want your question pushed to the front of the line, send a super chat. Or I think it's at tier 3 of membership that I decided to push those questions to the front of the line as well. So if you just wanted to do either one of those, I'm happy to answer your questions out of order, but I will get to everyone's question. Okay? So don't worry if it takes me a while. I usually get somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour behind the questions because I like to take my time answering them. Okay. So General Dow, since he sent a super chat, I'm going to answer his question first, and then I'll go back to the first question from Vault. All right. So the Wheel of Life diagram, the Buddha pointing, skull ornaments on Mara. So I'm not sure about the skull ornaments on Mara, although generally speaking, if you're talking about Buddhist symbolism, in my understanding of Buddhist symbolism that's coming through the Indian and then the Tibetan approach, skulls usually represent impermanence, first and foremost. Depending upon the context, they can also represent emptiness. Sometimes they can also represent, I think, the 51 mental factors being sort of tamed or purified by the types of training that you're doing. In terms of Buddha pointing, I'm not sure what that's referring to. If you could put it lower in the chat, I'll circle back to it. So you guys, if somebody doesn't respond, the moderators, if somebody doesn't respond to basically being told, hey, here's what we're doing here, ask questions, it's fine to have some chat in the chat. But if one person's dominating the chat and saying a bunch of weird stuff, just give them a couple of warnings and then you can put them on a 24-hour timeout. You know, they can watch quietly and come back tomorrow, or they can leave. But, you know, there's no reason that everyone has to deal with that. It ends up taking over the chat, and then no one is listening and no one's asking questions, which is why we're here. Okay. Wheel of Life. Actually, let's just pull up the Wheel of Life and we will talk about it. Give me a moment. And when you say Wheel of Life, I'm going to assume that you mean Wheel of Samsara. I'm going to pull up the Wikipedia one because those ones are, generally speaking, copyright free, and I won't get in trouble with YouTube. If anyone's wondering why I'm going to Wikipedia. Okay, give me a second to pull it up. I'm going to change scenes here. Okie dokie. So the Wheel of Life, hopefully that is visible enough to everyone. So the Wheel of Life, here's Mara. And Mara is a Deva, a young Deva, who didn't want other beings to get out of samsara, didn't like this idea. And so Mara is an actual being according to Buddhism, not just like a symbol of something, but an actual sentient being in the Deva realm, or maybe even a class of beings in the Deva realm who just don't want other beings to get out of samsara. And so they are actively working to stop. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. Oh, there you go. To stop beings like us from accomplishing the path. And so, in the grip of Mara is the entire wheel of rebirth. Now, Mara also can be used symbolically because we also have a mental condition, right? We have this mental condition of ignorance that is also actively working to keep us stuck in samsara. So, in a very similar way, our ignorance, not an external being, but our actual internal cognitive error, is actively keeping us stuck. Yeah. So the 5 Buddha families are represented by the 5 skulls. So our ignorance is keeping us stuck in this cycle that's constantly turning. Okay. So then I believe that the 6 realms of rebirth are on this diagram. And let me make sure that I get them correct. So if I'm not mistaken, we have the human realm here. We have the pretas. We have the hells, animals. This must then therefore be the lower devas, the lesser devas, and then the greater devas. And they're fighting because the lower ones, they're jealous of the ones that are higher up. And so there are some conflicts amongst devas as well, especially in the form realms. And then in the center, you have 3 animals, a snake, a rooster, I believe it is, and a pig. And these represent the 3 poisons. Sometimes I get these wrong, so somebody can correct me if I do, but I believe that the snake is anger, the pig is ignorance or moha, and the rooster, I believe, is attachment, if I'm not mistaken. And so these three at the center, these 3 mental factors at the center of your experience are what keep this whole thing turning. So in a sense, here are the biggest problems you have at the center of this wheel, keeping it going, and here's these external beings that also don't want you to get out at the same time. And these are working together to keep you circling in these 6 types of rebirth over and over and over and over and over again. Sometimes you're a human, sometimes you fall down to the hells, sometimes you come up as an animal, and then you go back up to the heavenly realms, perhaps, or you go from an animal to the human realm, up to the heavenly realm, and then back down to the hells, and then so you circle around and around and around, and you never get out. So if any of you saw the video, where I was talking about the Buddhist idea that heavens are temporary, this is part of that idea. This is why, as a Buddhist, for example, I feel relatively free to accept like a fair amount of Christianity as being correct. The Buddha said there are heavenly realms. There are very powerful gods that live in those realms. Amongst the gods, they do actually seem in Buddhism to be in a hierarchy. So there is a highest deity in this universe, potentially, from a Buddhist standpoint. And that highest deity has a heavenly realm. The problem is it's not permanent. And we've all been the highest deity of a universe in the past. And you know where we ended up? Back over here in the human realm. And sometimes you go from the highest heavenly realm, burn up all your good karma, and you land down here in the hells. And it takes you a long time to get out, and then you spend some time in the preta realms and fall back to the hells, and then you go to the animal realms, and maybe you get lucky and you pop over here to the human realm. But it goes around and around and around, up and down, constantly changing status with no final stability. And so therefore, the idea, of course, is to break the things at the center of this wheel so that the wheel falls apart, and this whole process of out of control rebirth, out of control existence comes to an end. That doesn't mean all existence comes to an end. It just means that this type of existence, which really sucks, where you can't control what happens, goes out of existence. So that is the wheel of life. Sorry. Okay. Yes, and as I said with Buddha pointing, I didn't see another comment. Yeah, yeah. I mean, exactly why Mara is motivated to do this, I've never been 100% clear on personally. But yes, for some reason, jealousy, arrogance, whatever, Mara wants to keep other beings stuck in samsara. Maybe Mara wants to be the best, the most powerful. You know, again, quite often in these sorts of situations, the Buddhist canon sort of gives you one element of the reason, but when you think about how they behave, you find that their motivation is much more complex than just one thing. Okay. Um, okay, so now that we're, what are we, 20, 30 minutes in? Okay, so listen. I have some exciting announcements. Um, did you notice I don't look like I'm sitting in a graveyard tonight? The reason is because of the great kindness of all of the donors and contributors. Once again, I have, in terms of donations, I have kept nothing for myself up to this point and put it all into upgrading the setup so that the experience is more enjoyable, easier to watch, easier to listen to for all of you. So I now have professional studio lighting in the Gompa, in the meditation hall, so that when I'm on camera at night, you can see me. I have professional mic. There's an even better mic coming than this one that will be even more professional. And if you were on the meditation class, I also got lapel mics so that when we're doing standing and walking meditation, you can hear me and we can do it full on. So thank you all for finding some value in this and contributing. And thank you to all of the contributors. You've all been so kind. General Tao, I know you've contributed quite a bit. I owe a lot to you. The community owes a lot to you. So thank you a great deal. And there's just so many other people that have chipped in. I'm going to put up a video soon just thanking everyone who has chipped in by name, at least your YouTube name. I'm going to do that soon. Also, another really exciting announcement. One thing I've really wanted to do for a long time, because I've seen lay people who are really extraordinary practitioners or holding rare lineages of practices or just being basically extremely capable, extremely knowledgeable, extremely well positioned in terms of lineage and practice, and doing all of this in the real world. I've met practitioners like this, and not all of them are Buddhist. You know, I think us Buddhists should have camaraderie with others from other traditions who are struggling with, most of the time, the same stuff we're struggling with. Anybody who's trying to train your mind, whether you're Eastern Orthodox or you're Hindu or you're Jain, whatever you happen to be, if you spend time around these people as a Buddhist, you're going to go, wow, yeah, you're dealing with most of the same stuff I'm dealing with. And it's inspiring. So I want to bring these people together and have conversations with them about how you do this in real life as a modern person. And that is starting next week. So a good friend of mine, a colleague of mine, who is an extraordinary practitioner who carries a very rare lineage of Shaolin meditative practice, is going to be my first person that I interview. And we're going to have a conversation together sometime next week, probably. We're going to do it. We might do it live for the members. So members might be able to ask questions live. And then I'm going to put up the edited version of it as a video. And I'm going to get rid of all the gaps and, and stuff so that it's easier to watch for everyone else. So we're going to take some questions live, I think, from members, just so that we don't end up with a lot of weird stuff in the chat. And then that video that's edited will go up for everyone to watch forever. So that is going up next week. That's the first exciting announcement, besides the fact that we are almost fully upgraded as an operation. The other exciting announcement is now that I'm fully upgraded, I've been waiting to put out another video. How many of you, especially if you're from India or from Asia, how many of you have heard of Ravi Zacharias? Is this a name that you've heard of without using Google? Ah, thank you, Major General, for sending a membership through. Ah, well done. Thank you. Thank you. And Druggan, thank you for the super chat. I will get to that after the announcements today. So Ravi Zacharias is maybe the most prolific and perhaps even best known Christian polemicist against other religions of India in particular, including Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, and wrote several books that are polemical works. And I don't mean that in a super negative way, that's just what they are. They're works that are intended to position Christianity as the final answer and everything else as somehow mistaken, backwards, whatever, right? Again, I don't actually fault people for this, but there are really interesting and challenging questions and things that he raises that, just like the Dr. Tennant video, um, are worth addressing in a more general sense. So I've read a good portion of 3 of the books that he wrote, and I've watched just about everything I could find that he has in terms of videos, and even read some articles that he had written or co-authored or edited works that he was involved in, sermons, you name it. And I've put together sort of like the best arguments that I could find that he made against Buddhism. And so I'm going to be making a video on that and responding to all of that, and sort of like the Dr. Tennant video, correcting those ideas, because I think probably still today there are still some Buddhists, especially in Asia and especially in India, who heard those arguments years ago and have never heard a rebuttal to them, and it still bothers them. And more generally, the things that he gets wrong, sort of like Dr. Tennant, I think are questions that a lot of people get wrong and therefore are worth answering in a good way. And beyond just correcting mistakes, the information that will be communicated about what this is and how it fits together as a system of training in terms of Buddhism, blah, 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 I think of itself has merit. It's worth doing, beyond simply having some solutions to the queries that he raised. So, having said all of that, that's what is coming up. In the next week or so, I should have 2 fresh pieces of content. 1, an interview for the first time with a really fantastic practitioner, and 2, this addressing of the arguments and so forth made by Ravi Zacharias, who some people will know. Some people will know from his wider work. Okay. Heather has joined the chat. Hello, Heather. Are you my Heather McLeod? Let me know in the chat. I mean, there's maybe more than one Heather McLeod in the world, but are you the Heather McLeod that I know? So I have one question to address before I do Heather's question. I have Druggan's, and then I'll go back up to the top and start working on the other questions. Okay. Right. So Druggan asks, Theravada as an arhat dying mean non-existence? So when an arhat dies, does that mean they become non-existent? There's some debate about this in the Pali Canon, but I think that the position that they settled on ultimately, because of the sources in Theravada, or that most people have settled on in terms of the sort of scholarly work on Theravada amongst proper practitioners, not like scholars or something, but what I mean, the scholars who are great Theravada monks and so forth, is that you don't go out of existence. You have broken the wheel of the type of existence that we're in now, And the type of consciousness that arises on that wheel is something like human consciousness and your five external senses. There is a subtler layer of consciousness that they call consciousness without surface, and that consciousness is what attains nirvana. And so consciousness without surface is what you would, which is a causal thing. It's not like a soul where it's one entity just hanging out there. But for the rest of eternity, according to them, you would just carry on as this causal process. But from your perspective, you have absolutely everything you need. Your mind is perfectly satisfied in. Someone criticized me for saying bliss, but when I say bliss in this context, I mean the most profound, absolutely perfect state of peace that is possible beyond imagining. A state of satisfaction that is utterly and perfectly complete down to the level of your being, not just to the level of your existence. You know? So that, in my perspective, from my studies, my debates, my so on and so forth, this is what nirvana is. And then if you were going to move on to the bodhisattva path, from there, out of compassion from this very subtle state of consciousness, your compassion would cause you to reform all of the rest of your aggregates, re-enter the world, but you're not entering it on this circle of suffering. You're entering it in a new way that you've never done before as a being who no longer suffers, whose sole purpose of existence is to benefit other beings and to continue training until they attain enlightenment. Oh, man. Okay. Well, welcome, Heather, and thank you for sending some money through. It's very kind of you. You didn't have to do that. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, Heather is one of my oldest students, not old as an age, but she's been with me, I think, she's amongst the first 3 people that started training with me. So how long have you been with me? Is it 4 years or 5 years now? Well, she's been training with me a long time. So here's the thing. You don't have to be Buddhist, you know? Like, carry on with the Jewish thing and do your Jewish thing, and it's fine. No problem. Do your practices and then use your practices to make your Jewish practice even better. That makes me happy. Like, you know, the thing is, not everyone has to be Buddhist. And if you really like the idea of a creator God and somehow the logic of it works out for you, and you know, and all of this, that's fine, no problem. And I don't mean this in a flippant way, but it's none of my business. You know what I mean? It's up to you. For me, I look at all the reasons and all the stuff and all the evidence, and I come to the conclusion that I don't think that there is such a being who exists that way. But for you, that doesn't really matter. You know, you could look at all the same evidence and go, you know what? I think there is a being like that. Okay, you know, that's fine. That's no problem. In terms of my point of view on this, again, from the Buddhist standpoint, you have a lot of options for if you're saying I need something as an ultimate power in my life to pray to have relationship with, to ask for help and guidance and in prayer and so forth in the dark times of my life. There are celestial Buddhas for that. I mean, Buddhas, according to the Buddhist canon, have even more capability than the highest types of deities. Buddhas have even more ability to fulfill prayer, to help you through hard situations, to benefit you through emanation, to reach you somehow in the right way, to try to get you the information and the transformations you need. To whatever degree they can, they will do this. So there are celestial Buddhas who are happy to help. There are celestial bodhisattvas who are happy to help. This is why they exist. They would have just entered nirvana if they didn't care about you. They would have left. But they're only here just for you. In addition to that, the Buddha said heavens are real places, and there are gods who are incredibly powerful. Some of those gods have heavens. Some of those gods have not creatures, but have sort of beings within those heavens that are basically like angels that can actually do stuff and help people. And those deities themselves sometimes descend and appear as humans and appear as other things and help people, according to Buddhism. And helped even the Buddha himself on the Bodhisattva path on his way to enlightenment. So, what need is there to mention if you are yourself aiming for nirvana or enlightenment? Of course, these beings, these deities, if there is such a thing as an actual Yahweh, then according to Buddhism, of course that being is still in the realm of samsara. Of course, that being is still not free, etc., etc. But that doesn't mean necessarily that it's not real. There could be such a deity as Yahweh who made an agreement with the Jewish people and said, "I'm going to be your deity. I'm going to protect you. You're going to be my people. And what I'd like you to do is be ethical." You know, there are actually stories in the Buddhist canon of deities coming down to certain people and saying, "I want you all to be ethical, or I'm going to cause problems for you," because they were doing bad stuff and that deity didn't want to see them fall into lower realms. So you can kind of have your cake and eat it too, you know? The only thing you're missing if you were to adopt the Buddhist position is, well, you know, heaven from our standpoint lasts incredibly long period of time. I mean, and when I say incredibly long, I mean absolutely unimaginable period of time. But it is temporary. And rebirth as the highest deity of a universe and rebirth as deities in general, again, lasts an incredibly long period of time beyond imagining. So you could have that relationship with that being for billions of years, trillions of years. You know, Buddhism says, yes, all of this is true, but the thing is, as long-lasting and unimaginably long-lasting as it is, it's temporary. So as a Buddhist, you can kind of have your cake and eat it too, or as a person who wants to train in all this stuff but not accept Buddhism, you can kind of have it both ways, you know? The Buddha taught methods for entering heaven. Not a lot of people know this, but he gave specific instructions for people that want to enter into heavenly realms. So if that's your aim, there's even practices to help you do this. The main one is loving kindness. If you can generate actual loving kindness and meditate on it in single point of concentration, this is like a one-way ticket to the upper realms and to the heavenly realms and to some of the highest, if not the highest, heavenly realms. So if that's what you want, I've got a recipe for you. If that's the kind of plate you want on your table, I've got a recipe for that exact dish. So deities are real, celestial Buddhas are real, celestial bodhisattvas are real. All of these things are real according to Buddhism. Heavens are real. So you can have relationships with all of these beings or some of these beings. And according to Buddhism, if you have relationships with them, they can actually help you with stuff. So again, you know, I don't say this lightly. You can really have both. What would make you not a Buddhist, to make it sort of a little more crisp, what would make you not a Buddhist would be that you mainly focus on that deity as your destination. You want, you know, I'm going to trust above all things, I'm going to trust that deity instead of trusting the Buddha. That would then make you, the primary relationship you have with that would be with that deity, right? Instead of being Buddhist, you would be Jewish, or you would be Christian, or you would be Muslim, or you would be Hindu, based on what deity you were focused upon. And then if you were Buddhist, you could still have a relationship with that being. You just wouldn't see them as the very highest authority, the very highest form of help, the very highest of the high. That's the Buddha. And it doesn't mean you can't talk to those beings, ask them for help, pray to those beings, as long as in your mind there's a part of you going, okay, you know, like sometimes when you have a couch that's really heavy or something, you call a friend and you say, hey, I hurt my back and I could really use some help. Can you help me carry this couch? I need to move it to another room in my house. And they're like, yeah, no problem. We do this all the time. You can do that with deities too. You can say, hey, I've got this problem, you know, Yahweh, could you help me with this? And if you were Buddhist, that actually wouldn't be a problem as long as you're not taking refuge in that deity. Just like you don't take refuge in your good friend who helps you move your couch. You're asking them for help, but you're not going, you are the highest authority in everything, blah, blah. No, you're just saying, hey, can you help me move my couch? Thank you so much. Can I give you a cup of tea? You're a really great friend. I'm so glad you're in my life. All of that is fine. Whether that friend is a real person, or it's not a real person, sorry, whether that friend is a person or that friend is a deity living in the upper realms, those are equally real beings that you can have relationships with according to Buddhism. So, okay, hopefully that helps. There's one more super chat, and then I'm going to get to the rest of the questions that are up at the top. Okay. Yes. So Drugan asks, is that like the cheetah? Is that like the cheetah in the forest, Thai forest tradition? Yes. The consciousness without surface is a type of cheetah, in my understanding of the subject. Having said that, I'm not an expert on Thai forest practice, so you'd really need to ask a Thai forest practitioner and a Thai forest scholar to get a definitive answer. But in my understanding, yes, that is how the categories work. Okay, my friends, let's get into it. That was the last super chat in the chat, so we're now back to the regular chat. So we're back to Vault. I'm curious with my question because I know very little about Buddhism. If consciousness has existed since forever, why are we not enlightened? That is a good question. So the trouble is, to put it sort of bluntly, that you forget in between lives. So because the causes for samsara, the causes for rebirth run in a circle, and they reinforce each other, and they cause each other to happen over and over again, there's actually no reason that you should have gotten out already. The only way you would have gotten out is if you break that cycle completely, which is not easy to do. What is much easier to do is to put in some practice, do your ethical training, do all of the things that allow you to become a better practitioner in the next lifetime, and form relationships with holy beings, so that even without trying, you encounter really good holy teachers like me. At 19, I stumbled like an idiot into some Dharma center, saw this guy, and was like, who the hell is this guy, and who does he think he is? Why is some white dude teaching meditation? And then he asked me out for coffee, and we started talking about Buddhism, and then spent 12 years training with this person. I didn't know. I didn't even think he was that extraordinary when I first met him. And then slowly over time, I realized what he was and who he was. So I just stumbled into all this kind of blindly like a fool. And so this is an indication that, and then once he passed away, I once again stumbled blindly like a fool into a 6-year extremely in-depth training program with the Foundation for the Preservation of the Mahayana tradition. It just so happened right at the right time, right in the right circumstances, I could do this really deep training program right after my teacher died. And then in the midst of that, again, I stumbled into meeting this incredible Taoist lineage holder here in Edinburgh. So if you, according to Buddhism, put the causes in place so that you have the karma to meet good teachers at the right time, if not in this lifetime, then in the next lifetime, like me, you just sort of you just bump into these great beings. And for some reason, there's a little itch in the back of your brain that says, yeah, I can't just leave this. I need to talk to this person and see if they know something. And it turns out they do. And then you stick around a little longer. Turns out they know more than you thought. You stick around a little longer. And all of a sudden 12 years has gone by and you're a completely different person. So what you can do, having accidentally arrived here, perhaps from the lower realms or from the upper realms or from wherever, is to start the process of turning all of the momentum of samsara towards the conditions that might allow you to become liberated in this life or in a future life. It is actually possible, according to Buddhism, to attain nirvana within a single lifetime. Also, you can attain Buddhahood in a single lifetime using the right techniques. So you don't actually have to wait to be dead to find out if it's true. You can find out now if you're willing to put in the work. Matter of fact, in Tantras, it says that the shortest period of time for an extremely capable person is 3 years to go from a normal person to fully enlightened. But that would be like you taking it on as a full-time job and doing it 18 hours a day and nothing else with good teachers, already being pretty prepared for it. So that's not most of us. So that's obviously not the way I teach things. I teach sort of more progressively, learn some techniques, gain some experience. Those experiences build on each other, and so on and so forth. But again, the reason you haven't been liberated already is that the causes for this run in a circle. So this part of it causes the next thing, that causes the next thing, and it goes around and around in terms of these causes until you hit the first cause again, and then it goes again, and then it goes again. So logically, there's no reason that it shouldn't have gone on forever if it's a circle. But because it's a circle of causal things, it is actually possible to break it because it's causes. It's not just like magic. It's actual causal things that are happening. And if you can break those causes or stop them in a way that you never have before, then you can get out. Yeah? Okay. The High of Solipsism. Welcome back, good sir, good madam. I don't know. I can't read. I'm not that clairvoyant. Wondering what your thoughts are on whether or not Mahayana strays from the Buddha's teachings, because some claim the Pali Canon is the original teaching. So in the last 15 years, we discovered the Gandharan collection of texts, and the Garahandan collection of texts contains Mahayana material that goes back to the 2nd century CE, which makes it the oldest Buddhist material on earth. And those collections, which go back to the oldest archaeological period we have for Buddhism, contains Mahayana material. It contains Mahayana sutras. So to say that Mahayana came later and is just sort of screwing it up for the Pali guys doesn't make any sense. From what we can tell, the earliest Buddhist communities had both Mahayana teachings and Theravada teachings as one stream of teachings. And then eventually, somewhere along the way, they started to split and they developed their own commentarial traditions, sometimes even their own techniques, their own emphasis in terms of practice. And they just continued to diverge until they were where we find them today. However, from a Mahayana perspective, you have to accomplish, I've said this a million times, and you've been here to hear it more than once, to accomplish what Mahayana says is possible, you have to attain the entire Theravada path. So how could you possibly say the Mahayana strays from the Theravada when our position is, until I've achieved the entirety of the Theravadan path, I can't do the rest of the work that leads to Buddhahood? Do you understand what I mean? It's like saying we're climbing a mountain. I have to climb exactly the same path up to here. And then you're going to stop and you're going to stare out at the beautiful view. I'm going to keep on climbing until I get to the top. And the Theravada position is actually not that Buddhahood is not possible, but that it's too hard for most people. So they say Buddhahood is possible. Also, they don't say it's impossible. So hopefully that helps. Peter Ricard, what's the difference between prajna and jhana? Tai Z says, hello. Drugan, I'll come right back to your question because I just started someone else's, but I'll be right back to you. Okay. So prajna means wisdom. Jhana is a type of concentration. So a state of jhana is somewhere on a path of types of concentration that are quite good, where the quality of the concentration you've already attained is quite good. Yeah. Prajna is wisdom, and it refers to the wisdom of. Prajna should probably just be translated knowledge, actually. I think the term wisdom sounds too I don't know, kind of floppy in a way. People are like, yeah, you can just be wise. But what it's referring to is a specific category of knowledge that you have from direct experience mainly. And so the wisdom is the wisdom of selflessness, the wisdom of emptiness, the wisdom of impermanence. So having specific knowledge of these things from direct experience is what liberates you from samsara. To make that knowledge powerful enough, strong enough, that you can use it as an antidote to the ignorance that keeps you in samsara, you need the jhana. You need the power, the force of unbelievable concentration to turn that correct information about reality into a direct experience of reality itself. So in 3 minutes or less, that is jhana and prajna. Simple Light says, I'm not sure what Garu Tamas is. I do request those putting comments in the chat because my main background is the Sanskrit and Tibetan tradition, and mainly the Tibetan tradition in terms of terminology. If you have questions, try to use the English equivalents of the terms in the question along with the original term, and that will help my brain connect it to the appropriate terms from Sanskrit or Tibetan. Okay. I do think because basically Buddhism has picked up the flavor of the cultures in which it has lived. There are some cultures from history that were sexist. Yes, I think we can all agree on this. And the Buddha said the reason that he makes all these vows for monks and nuns and so forth, the reason he makes all these vows is because the people who will be joining Buddhism after he dies won't be as good as the practitioners who were alive in his immediate circle of practitioners. Those first, 5 people that trained with him, he had no vows for these people because their conduct was perfect. But from there onwards, everyone else who joined, including a number of people during his lifetime, they needed all these vows to stop them from doing stupid things that were not appropriate, not good. And likewise, if you come from a culture where sexism is a thing and you join the Buddhist world and you train in Buddhist stuff, it's going to take you a long time to overcome that. And Buddhism was just sort of marinated in cultures for many, 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 many generations that were sexist. So yeah, I mean, there's probably some sexist stuff in Buddhist texts. That wouldn't surprise me at all. It wouldn't surprise me at all if there's all sorts of offensive things that we would find offensive in those texts, because some of the people that were writing them were men or women of their time. That being said, I don't think that's something we should focus upon as practitioners. Because when you look at the system as a whole, in terms of what it's teaching, if you understand wisdom, there's no room to be sexist. There's no room within that view for sexism. It's just not something that fits within the point of view of dependent origination and emptiness, selflessness. It's not something that fits within the purview of universal loving kindness, where you want absolutely the very best possible outcome for every single being, down to the fleas. Do we even need to mention that we want it to go well for women when we have overwhelming loving kindness and compassion even for things that are not human? Do you understand my point? So by the way, I'm not comparing women to lowly creatures. That's not what I'm doing at all. What I'm saying is loving kindness is this incredibly powerful thing, so powerful that you as a person will even care how it turns out for tiny insects living in your garden. So the idea that somehow you're just, even though that's true, you're going to remain biased against women doesn't make any sense, right? The only way it makes sense is if the person writing the text doesn't have that accomplishment. And the Buddha had that accomplishment. So it wouldn't make sense. It can't make sense that the Buddha was like that. And therefore, when I see it creeping into the texts in certain places, I attribute it to later forces in history and not to the Buddha himself. That's my opinion. Okay. Major. Oh, sorry, there was a super chat. Okay. So Drugan says, what about the Vajrayana, Mahamudra, Kagyu, etc.? What about it? So yeah, Vajrayana is the way that you could attain enlightenment in a single lifetime. And if you're trying to connect that question to the previous one, in those traditions, they have a concept of clear light or rigpa, which is, as far as I can tell, and there's no way to really know. We're dealing with different traditions here, but as far as I can tell, seems to be referring to this same basal, most fundamental kind of consciousness. So in Tantra, your aim is to access, while you're still alive, this extremely subtle state of consciousness that normally you only experience during the process of death for a short time. And then by contacting that extremely subtle state of awareness and doing some practices using that subtle state of awareness, you can then make way, way, way more progress against your ignorance, because you're doing it with the subtlest type of aspect of your consciousness instead of something that's much higher up the chain in terms of your consciousness. So this is what makes those systems unique, and that's what makes those systems so powerful, is that you're working with much subtler states of mind. But if you're not prepared for those systems, they don't work. So there's no way to just jump into them and have them be the most amazing thing in the world. If you don't have the ability to do them, they don't do anything. So you have to spend a lot of time preparing, making your body ready, making your mind ready, studying to understand things, doing meditation and generating realizations of various things, so that you can actually use the technology, so to speak, of Tantra in an effective way to make progress, to complete the path more quickly. So all of the stuff that you do on the sutra path, including the stuff that's related to training in Theravada-related realizations like renunciation and so forth, all of that is preparing you for Tantra. But you need all those realizations from the sutra path to power your tantric practice. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. And in some cases, it can really screw you up. So yeah, powerful things that actually work have the potential to screw you up more than things that are slow and gradual and have more guardrails on them. This is why Tantra is secret. It's not because they're gatekeeping it. It's because it's really difficult. It's subject to misunderstandings, and it can screw you up pretty bad psychologically and even physically if you don't know what you're doing. So yeah, it's good to do Tantra. It's good to not do Tantra. If you're ready for it, it's great to do Tantra. If you're not ready for it, it's horrifically bad to do Tantra. Okay, Mara may believe that he can retain his powers and keep others powerless. Yes, that's actually what I think is going on there. I think that Mara was or is under the sort of impression that he can remain very powerful forever and get people's praise, get people's worship, continue to be amongst the most powerful beings in the realms of existence if he just stops people from getting liberated. That's not true, of course, because eventually that deva will die and fall into the human realm or the lower realms. But yeah, I think that's along the lines of what's going on there. Okay, so why is sometimes Yama or Mara, why are those beings sometimes depicted as basically being Dharma students, and highly accomplished Dharma students? So there are stories in the Mahayana canon where, and sometimes in the Tantras, where these beings who are trying to keep people stuck in samsara, that great bodhisattvas or Buddhas go to those beings and they without getting into too many details, they basically kind of tie them up, challenge them, and give them the option that I'm either going to leave you kind of stuck in the position you're in, or you're going to become a Dharma student and stop doing this stupid stuff you're doing. And they and inevitably they go, okay, I'll stop this stuff I'm doing. I'll become a student. I'll train in the Dharma, and so there's some, like with Yama, for example, there's this idea that actually some of these beings who were doing terrible things at some period of time in Buddhist history have now been tamed, and now they're actually helpful beings who are themselves students of the Buddha, and they're trying to help sentient beings attain enlightenment. Okay, I answered the question about monotheism, I think. Making my way down the chat. Kalyana Mithura, can you read my Pali is not good enough to read that word, but can I read that sutta from the Tripitaka Dhamma? I may have read it already if I were to see the name in English. I'm not sure, actually. Oh, why are you doing that, chat? Why are you doing me like that, chat? Precise definition for monotheism. Generally, monotheism means that you have a philosophical system that proposes that the first cause for everything, or the ultimate cause for everything, or the fundamental nature of everything, amounts to one particular deity who doesn't come from something else. Although there are exceptions to that as well, but in brief, that there is one deity who is the most powerful, the highest, the greatest in terms of knowledge and power, and exactly the nature of that deity. If you're talking to Sikhs versus various Hindu schools versus the Jains versus the Zoroastrians, etc., the exact nature of the deity, Christians, Jews, Muslims, can change a little bit from case to case. It depends on which monotheist you're talking to, and which school or sub-school they're in for whatever practices they're in. So there's actually a huge amount of diversity within that idea, for what it's worth. K4 is 3R asks if they can have a personal discussion. Yes. So an easy way to do that would be to click on the Discord link, which I think is somewhere now integrated with YouTube, or go to the community section and find the link for Discord there. And through Discord, you can reach out to me either in one of the Discord chats or through the direct chat on Discord. And we can, if needed, we can exchange information, talk on the phone. I'm happy to talk to people about what they're going through, what they're practicing. This is what I do. So whatever I can do to help, I'm happy to help. Heather says 4 years. Yeah. Hopefully I answered the question about monotheism. One thing I would request in the chat, if you guys would, moderators, keep an eye on this as well. Try to put a question mark at the end of your statement if it's a question. I know that sounds simple and silly, but when I'm looking at the chat, if I just see a wall of text with no question marks, I kind of just skim it and keep going. And I might miss your questions if you don't have question marks. That don't retype your questions, because then it'll just clog up the chat. I'm going to go through it, but from here forward, if you could try to put question marks. And moderators, if you notice that someone didn't do that and it's a question, just put a question mark underneath it real quick. You know what I mean? That'll help me read through these a bit faster. Okay, so Dasa says that they are a Buddhist. They have a problem of not knowing how to properly relate to all the different Buddhists and Yidams. I'm struggling with developing devotion. I'm also a lot of times hesitant to pray to Buddhas because a lot of my wishes are still samsaric. I have a hard time connecting with them, sadly. It's all very shallow and superficial right now. Okay, so I'll take all those comments as one sort of package. Right. Don't worry about it. don't stress yourself out, you know? Um, the devotional aspect of Buddhism and the prayer aspect of Buddhism and the sort of, for lack of a better term, what seems like every other religion part of Buddhism in terms of faith and prayer and devotion and all of this is something that comes slowly for most people over a long period of time. Unless you were raised with it, um, and it was part of your culture, and most of the people around you sort of naturally had that, and they, it's like that in certain parts of Asia. And it's just sort of in families and so forth, that's the assumed way that it actually is. So you grow up as a child and you go, well, yeah, of course I have faith in the Buddha and the Yidams and the teachers, and you know maybe you don't have really good reasons for doing that, but because everyone's doing it, you just sort of grow up and feel really comfortable with it. But if you didn't grow up that way, it seems weird, you know? It seems kind of weird and out there. And then slowly over time, you start honestly, just from my own experience, starting as a relatively skeptical person and becoming less skeptical over time, you just start to have experiences that sound more and more and more like what the Buddha said is possible and what his students have said are possible across the centuries. And you start encountering more and more practitioners who are great practitioners, and you go, wow, the things they're doing are unbelievable. They're beyond imagining. Like, if you want to trip down the rabbit hole, let me see if I can grab this and throw it in the chat. Nice. I'm so glad. Is this the full obituary? No. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche was a modern master. He died recently in the last few years. And okay. Sorry, hold on one second. And the things that he could do were truly beyond imagining. He barely slept, for example, because he was a great meditator. In his room in California, I got to see his room there at near one of the Dharma centers, and he had no bed. He just had his meditation cushion. And according to everyone who was around him all the time, maybe he would doze off for 2 or 3 minutes at a time sometimes, but the rest of the time, all night long, all the time he wasn't doing something else like reading texts or teaching or whatever, he would do his own practices continuously. And so all night long, when everyone else was asleep, he would sit and do meditation, and he would do tantric sadhana, and he would do mantra recitation. And he lived like that almost without sleeping a wink for something like 50 years. And what he accomplished in terms of benefiting others, benefiting sentient beings, is kind of beyond imagining. What he did, both in a conventional sense and in a Buddhist sense, to benefit other people is, again, it's hard to imagine one person being capable of all of that. But because he never slept, he got to live 2 lives compared to our one life. Venerable Robina, Lama Zopa obituary. Okay. So I'm going to pop this in the chat. Yes. So I would recommend everybody read that. everybody should read his life and what he did and what he accomplished and the things that he was capable of. It's incredible. So it's through being in the community, meeting great beings, meeting great practitioners, that you start to go, wow, you know what? Maybe these other things they're saying are actually real. And then you study some philosophy, you study some science, like reading Life After Life by Dr. Jim Tucker, who did all the research or has been doing most of the research in University of Virginia for children who have past life memories, and so on and so forth. The evidence stacks up for you over time. And as the evidence stacks up for you over time, you gain more and more confidence. As you gain more confidence, then the idea that, well, maybe there are deities and maybe there are celestial Buddhas and maybe these things are real and they can actually help, it starts to sort of soak into your mind. But as a Buddhist, there's no reason that on day one you should be, oozing with faith and devotion. It's not even expected of you to do that. This is something that if you're new to it, rather, that comes slowly, and that's totally fine. Okay. Okay. Just working my way down through the chat once again. So Silent Sit asks if animals don't accrue karma. There's a bit of debate about this subject. I'm of the opinion that they do accumulate karma because all of the parts of an action are there. So there's no reason that I can see that an animal wouldn't accumulate karma. And the same goes for beings who are in the hell realms and the spirit realms and so on and so forth. Their instincts are a lot stronger than ours, but they form the intent to do something. They have the motivation to do something based upon delusion. They engage in various efforts to bring the action to completion. They actually do complete the action, and then they have a reaction to whatever it was they just did. And that's a complete karma. That's a complete action according to Buddhist psychology. So if that's a complete action, I can't see any reason why they wouldn't accumulate a karmic imprint from doing that action. And I've never heard a convincing argument to the contrary. Simply saying that, well, they're very instinctual and they're mostly living through their instincts doesn't actually affect the analysis we did at all just now. Some human beings kill somebody because they have a really strong instinct to kill them, or they cheat on somebody because they have a really strong instinct to cheat. Does that mean, like, when you're driven by really powerful impulses from your past, that you don't get any bad karma from doing it? Of course not. From a Buddhist perspective, your karma is even worse because you followed an impulse that was so strong and so negative from the past. So why wouldn't an animal accumulate karma from the things they're doing? I can't see any reason. And there are some texts, at least in the Mahayana tradition, that say, yeah, animals accumulate karma. And this is why you don't want to go to the animal realm, because if you go to the animal realm and you chase your instincts around and you kill other stuff and you fight with other animals and blah, 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 probably you're going to go to an even worse realm of rebirth after that. So you want to stay in the human realm, maybe go to the devil realm, but you want to be floating back and forth between the devil realms that aren't too nice and the human realm, because that's where you can do practice. If you get outside that range where it's too bad or it's too good, then you won't do any practice. So you want to aim at that sweet spot. Okay. I just want to make sure I haven't missed any super chats. Major General. Oh yeah, You could use at Jared Jones or put a question mark at the end of your question. Both of those will help. Okay. Kalaya asks if I can read the Andhakara Sutta from the Tripitaka. I've probably read it already or read parts of it. I've read huge amounts of the suttas. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to read the suttas. I read the sutras and suttas almost every day. I read something from those. Like a good Christian reads their Bible. Okay. Can Western people become Buddhist? Yes, they can. They can become Buddhist. So the Buddhist Dharma is a universal tradition. The Buddha made no such statements that, for example, only a certain subset of humanity can practice his teachings. The Dharma is a universal tradition. Now, what's different from culture to culture could either be in alignment with the Dharma or not in alignment with the Dharma. Since the Dharma is a perennialist philosophy that applies to all time, all people, one analogy that can be helpful is to think about the culture that carries the teaching being like a vessel, right? Now, I could take my tea and pour it into any cup that I have in my house, and I'd still have my tea. So the Dharma, the actual Dharma, is the tea that we can drink, right? But I could put it in any kind of cup that is capable of carrying it, and that's the various cultures in which the Dharma lives. In Thailand and Cambodia, Burma, Bhutan, Mongolia, Tibet, China, India, and the West. Now, exactly how and in what way the container of the contain, like what shape exactly the Western container is, we don't quite know yet. Buddhism is still making its way into Western culture, but it's taking shape as a Western thing. What Western Buddhism will be like is still an open question, but it's becoming something. The shape of the container is beginning to take shape, and I actually feel your question from a at kind of a deep level, because I think, for example, there are really unique and interesting things about Cambodian culture and Thai culture and Mongolian culture and Tibetan culture and Chinese culture. And I think that they should maintain those things as a matter of the richness and diversity of humanity. I think those things should be maintained as the intangible, as they sometimes say in Asia, the intangible cultural richness, or somebody help me with the word, intangible cultural something, asset, wealth of that culture. And in the same way, I think the people of Poland, the people of in Wales, Scotland, people in England, people in France, and people in Alsace, people in Germany have these intangible cultural assets that they should maintain. So we have these beautiful, incredible, diverse cultures around the world that all have these, like, the world is just so much more interesting if we don't turn it into one big mishmash, you know? But the Dharma is something that can be poured into that vessel of unique cultural heritage and be held by that vessel. It's not something that that can only fit in one vessel. So how exactly it's going to look and take shape in each place, I don't think we know yet. But I am fully endorsing your idea, actually, that that Western people should be proud of and enjoy the cultural inheritance of the places in which they live. I think that's a great idea. And in fact, living here in Scotland, I have Scottish, even though I'm American, I have Scottish heritage, and I've joined organizations in Scotland that are meant to preserve some of the oldest cultural elements of Scottishness, you know, organizations that have been around for 900 years, because I want those things to survive into another generation. And there are interesting things, because if you're raised in a Western country, there are sort of general ways that your thinking is set up and structured because you were raised in that way. And there are tools in your culture, because we've been human beings living in this way for a couple thousand years, in most European cultures at least. There are ways of talking to your psychology within that box of that type of culture that help shape your character and make you a better person. And they're designed just for you in that box. They're not actually designed for everybody else. And so I'm actually an advocate for people maintaining your traditional dance, your traditional dress, your traditional culture, your traditional food, because these rich traditions of art and culture and so forth, I think they have something to give us as modern people. But it is within that basket, that vessel, that the Dharma can be poured. You don't have to give that up in order to do the Buddhism. Yeah? Does that make sense? Okay. Let me make sure no super chats came in. Okay, good. How does Buddhism explain consciousness? Consciousness is an infinite causal sequence. So consciousness is non-physical. With consciousness are subtle physical substances, or I say sometimes sub-physical substances. So traveling along with non-physical consciousness are very, very, very subtle types of physical substances not made of ordinary matter. And it is these subtle physical substances that allow consciousness through karma to generate physical events and to fix the mind-body problem of Kantian dualism, for example, where you have mind stuff that's totally different than physical stuff, and you can't explain how they interact. Buddhism says the fundamental unit of reality is one unit of mental physical stuff, subtle conscious stuff. Consciousness is primary in the relationship, but you can't pull the two apart. And so this is how consciousness is able to, through karma, generate physical events, because of these relationships at a subtle level. This is also, at least in my opinion, of course, this is how consciousness is able to, or how you, as a Buddhist, you're able to solve the mind-body problem caused by the fact that when you look at your mind in meditation, it's not a physical thing. It's just not. When you look at it as it is, there's nothing physical about it. And so that's a big problem philosophically. If you think that all there is physical stuff and mental stuff, you run into the problem that you don't know how to make them interact in your philosophy. But Buddhism has a third substance that mitigate, how do I say, that is the intermediary between the two, because it is unified with, or travels with, or can't be separated from consciousness, but it is a subtle physical thing. And then when you talk about, well, what about the subtle body and the, Chinese traditional medicine, the all the channels running through the body, and the Ayurvedic medicine and the tantras and the Hindu understanding of all of this, where you have all these energy centers in the body. Well, you have these subtle physical substances that make up a second subtler body inside your body that helps your mind interact with matter. And running through those channels and so forth are these subtle physical substances. And actually, I mean, it's not the best evidence in the world, but we have some evidence in the Western canon. I've put this up in one of my videos before, but I'll just pull it up very briefly. Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can put this on the screen. So we have this, all these studies have been done on what's called body maps of emotions. Can I make this bigger without it? And so body maps of emotion is they've been studying this and just looking at where does a human being experience emotion in their body. And what's really, really, really interesting is that you experience emotion emotion in your body. And remember, we are claiming as Buddhists and so forth sorry. We're claiming as Buddhists and so forth that you have a subtle body inside the physical body through which a subtler physical substance travels that you can become aware of by being aware of your physical body and the tactile sensations in your body. This is our claim. And when normal people who have no concept of that and don't care about that at all tell scientists where they feel emotions in the body, they feel them in a column in the center of the body, primarily. Now, anyone who's looked at Chinese traditional medicine or looked at the tantric model of what these channels and so forth look like will be stunned to see that the largest channel sort of break off point, the largest chakra, right, where all of this stuff's happening, right here in the middle of the body where most of the emotions are felt. Surprise. And then where do the emotions travel? In a column straight up and down the center of the body and then moving out to the limbs. Right? Look at this. Why should it be like that? Why should it be like that you have a column running through the center of the body, which is where you feel most of your emotions? So, according to Buddhism, along with conscious experience are subtle substances that travel with consciousness that are physical but not made of particles like electrons, protons, and neutrons. Those travel through subtle channels and so forth in the body, not your nervous system. And you can do practices with those that make your tantric practice and so forth extremely effective. And then there's also studies on tummo. I don't want to get into it now, but you can look up this word TUMMO and just look up tummo research. Just Google it. And you'll see there's just a ton of scientific research into this tummo thing, which, by the way, involves taking these subtle physical substances, crushing them into the lower abdomen again and again and again and again until they thicken and become more substantial, basically. And then they shoot up the spine and they hit the top of your skull and then they drip back down, and all this stuff happens psychologically because of this process. Doing that practice, one of the things that happens is it dramatically raises your body temperature. So there's just been a huge amount of research into why is it that monks who train in this stuff can artificially raise their body temperature to the point where steam is literally coming off of blankets that they've put on their backs in the middle of sub-zero temperatures in winter in the mountains. That doesn't make any sense. Physiologically, that's not possible, and yet they do it anyway. And when you ask them, how do you do it? They say, well, you have a subtle body, you crush these substances and keep packing them into the lower abdomen, and that causes heat to come up, and then that heat and those substances rise through the subtle body and do this and this and this. And we actually have imaging of this happening, and we know it's a real thing, and there's been scientific research on it. So, it's not just like a Buddhist belief or something. If you do this kind of practice, if you do Qigong with a real lineage of Qigong, or you do Taoist Neigong, you work with these substances all the time. And I won't give you a super precise example, but, I've worked with people that are quite accomplished in these practices, like Ian Burgess, for example. And it's just pretty obviously not just a psychological phenomenon of some kind. There's a lot more going on there. So, having said all of that, we then have three things in reality. You have consciousness, you have subtle physical substances, and you have coarse physical substances like the ones we, like this computer and the coffee mug and everything else. Consciousness, when the consciousness moves and does stuff, it travels along with this subtler physical substance, and those subtle physical substances help you interact with the physical world. So, in brief, consciousness doesn't come from somewhere else. It's an infinite causal sequence. consciousness has these other substances associated with it. And through consciousness's relationship with physical things, karma, not just like the power of positive thinking, but karma gives rise to physical events. And then hopefully, with a bit of practice, you can overcome this process of accidentally creating infinite universes and so forth that you don't actually want to live in, and instead can take complete control of the situation and attain Buddhahood, or at least nirvana. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Good. All right. Goenka Vipassana, valid form of Theravada resource. I've addressed this before. I'll simply say, if you were interested in Goenka, I would recommend Thai forest tradition before I would recommend that. I would also recommend modern Vipassana or modern mindfulness before I would recommend that, just because I've heard some things about the culture of that organization. In terms of the actual practices, I think they're quite good. But in terms of the culture of the organization, I've heard it's not great. And I've also heard from some people who have been in that organization 4 years, 5 years, longer, and they leave because they think that the system doesn't go all the way. It takes you a fair distance, but that maybe some of the later pieces aren't there, that you need to, like if you wanted to carry on in certain aspects of your practice, that those pieces aren't there. Yeah. Mount Mirror asks if I can talk about my guru. Okay. The first time that I can remember meeting him, he was teaching a class on meditation at the Charleston Tibetan Society on the behalf of Geshe Dakpa Topgyal, who is still, I think, the resident monk at the Charleston Tibetan Society. And I had expected when I went to that class that morning that Geshe Topgyal would be teaching that class himself. And instead, when I arrived there, and it was this white guy missing a bunch of his teeth, who was very serious, very, very serious. And I didn't expect spiritual people who had trained in meditation to be very serious about it. I saw all of this and I thought, what the hell is going on here? I think my first conscious thought when I saw him and saw the way he was talking and so forth was, who is this asshole? I mean, literally, this is what I thought, much to my great shame over the years. And then over the course of many months, we went to coffee, we talked a lot. He asked me a lot of questions, including, why do you believe any of this? What do you think a Buddha is? What do you think Dharma is? What do you think the Sangha is? Why do you believe that? Just challenged me on everything, including sort of like, why are you a Buddhist in the first place? And slowly over the course of years, I think it was 5 years, I trained with him, talked with him, studied with him. And I think it was around 5 years. I was standing on his back porch and I said, I think I actually might have done a prostration, which was unusual for him because he didn't like us doing that. And I said, will you be my teacher? And he didn't say anything for a long time. And then he said, I'm going to have to think about it and let you know. And then the next day, or a couple days later, he said, I want you to understand how serious the commitment is that you're asking to make. If you want to be my actual student, you need to understand how serious a commitment that is. And we talked about it, and I agreed, yes, this is actually something I want to do. I want to actually be a student of yours. I want you to be my heart teacher. And then from that time forward, it was another 8 years or so, or 7.5 years or something until he passed away. So I had already been training with him very seriously up to that point, but then we had that conversation. Um, yeah, I haven't thought about that in a long time. Truly, truly, I wish I could tell you all about him in a way that would let you know what he was really like. It's he was a force of nature. He was when you think of a great Zen practitioner, when you think of a great Japanese martial artist like a legend, that's how he carried himself. That's how he behaved. It's truly extraordinary that I got to spend any time with him at all, especially considering that, frankly, I don't think I was a very good student. Okay. So Silent Sit asks if, basically if someone wasn't educated, could you still do this if you just had meditation? For people like that, rely on a guru. So there's this whole style of training in these systems where if you as a person don't have the capability to sort of study it all and figure it all out and kind of learn through the study what to do with some help from your teacher, that a personal guru, a personal mentor, gives you the advice you need at the time you need it. And then when you start to have experiences, they'll either tell you, that's nonsense, leave it alone, or they'll tell you, that's it, that's the thing, keep doing that, go further in that direction. And this is called pointing out instruction. And it's a very well established type of instruction in Zen practice, for example. But I've also seen it in the Tibetan lineages in some cases as well. I think it's probably a bit more common to teach in that way amongst the Kagyu, Sakya, and Nyingma, maybe a little bit less so in the Gelug, because the Gelug, my lineage, tend to be very, very serious about training you in understanding everything that you're trying to do while you're doing it. And the Gelug are sometimes accused of being a little bit too academic about everything, to the point of actually not even not like getting to the practice. You know what I mean? Like they study so long they don't actually get to the practice. I don't think that accusation is fair, actually. But if you're a layperson and you don't have a lot of time to study, and maybe you're not very educated or whatever, there are styles of teaching that can still take you way, way, way down the path. And then if you do some other things like make offerings and have devotion and, then you'll gain capability in this life. And then also next life, the new mind, the new being you become, according to Buddhism, from the practice, from the devotion, from the offerings, you will be much, much, much more capable in the next life if you don't finish the process in this life. So there are paths for everybody. There are different styles, different paths for everybody. And then even if that was too hard, then there's Pure Land, Just recite the name of Amitabha. Read Amitabha's sutra. Learn the name Sukhavati of his heaven and place it somewhere in your heart. And then at death, Amitabha will help you enter into Sukhavati, and you can do your training there. There's a style of Buddhist practice all the way down to, a totally illiterate, totally uneducated person who, according to themselves, doesn't have the capability to do anything but have devotion. You can go all the way down to the most basic level. Okay. Okay. So about the rules that are different from monks and nuns. Again, we're dealing with historical text. We're dealing with communities that, because those cultures themselves were overrun with sexism, I don't know for sure that those passages are entirely reliable. That's one way of explaining it. Another way of explaining those kinds of passages is to say that at that time, because the Buddha's teachings are divided into two categories. One category is the wisdom side. You can't interpret those. Those are not temporary teachings. Those are not something that's fixed to a particular time period or culture. Those are perennial. And then there's method, which includes things like your vows. Methods can change. Methods can be different. Methods can be interpretable. Methods can be different from this being to that being who have different needs. So another way to interpret those rules is to say that because of the nature of the society in which he was teaching, that if those communities didn't orient themselves in that way, that they wouldn't have survived. That the nuns, for example, would have been as independent women in a culture dominated by Vedic philosophy and Upanishadic philosophy and so forth, would have encountered unbelievable problems had they not always sort of been in the presence of men when they're traveling around and showing deference to men in a way that the culture would have expected them to do, right? But now that that's not true anymore, maybe that rule isn't needed anymore. And it is on the interpretable side, on the method side of the path. So is that bias, or is that... I'll give you another example from the Vinaya that's a little bit more neutral. There was a case, just to show you how these things kind of work in terms of ethics, there was a case where some of the monks were having a conflict with one of the Jain communities because the Jains believed that plants have consciousness. The Jains won't, for example, pick an onion because they see it as a living being and they see plants as having consciousness. So the Jains will eat plants, but they'll only eat a plant if you can take parts off the plant without killing the plant. And so they were upset by some of the Buddhist monks doing things with plants and killing plants. And so the Buddha made a vow in the Vinaya that you're not allowed to kill plants in certain ways so that it doesn't cause conflict with the surrounding culture, so that you can focus on your practice without having to deal with all these conflicts in your surrounding culture. So when you look at it from that side, you go, oh yeah, that makes sense, right? If the community is constantly embroiled in conflicts because the culture around them doesn't believe the same things as Buddhists, then they can't do their practices. So in the same way, at that time period, if you're surrounded by Vedic and Upanishadic culture in which women training in spirituality and leaving their families and shaving their heads and, acting as independent agents in the world and so on would be completely anathema to the surrounding culture. I mean, radically out of place. Having a few rules that ensure that the culture looks at this and says, okay, well, I can still see how they're still kind of doing what they're supposed to be doing, so we'll leave them alone, allows them to do more of their practices without conflict with the surrounding society. Now, do we still need those rules today? Maybe not. Maybe we don't need them anymore. But if you look at the Vinaya, there's just a huge number of rules there that are meant to create harmony with the surrounding society because the surrounding society is screwed up in some way. So to say that the Buddha is biased for doing that, I think, is a really shallow analysis of the issue, if that makes sense. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on Western scholarship claim that in classic Indo-Tibetan take on Yogacara as idealistic is wrong and it's just a kind of phenomenology? It depends on whose interpretation of Yogacara you're talking about, Blob. So Yogacara or Chittamatra thought has a lot of different flavors. There were different schools, and the Tibetans divide them up depending on which school of Tibetan Buddhism you're talking about. They divide up those schools and sub-schools in different ways. But mainly, actually, at least in my tradition, the way that we study Indian tenet systems for this sort of thing is not a historical critical approach. We are not trying to represent history for the sake of representing the actual history of those schools, which is really confusing to people and has definitely confused the hell out of Western scholars. The main point of dividing the schools up in the ways that we divide them up is because those are the positions you will fall into as a practitioner trying to realize wisdom, trying to traverse the path. That's the real purpose, not to become a great scholar of the history of Indian philosophical positions. The purpose of studying tenet systems is to make your mind incredibly sharp so that you can penetrate the nature of reality. So I hope that helps, I hope that helps. Because the Tibetans are aware that these don't match the historical sources. You know that, right? Like the Tibetans knew this before before the Westerners came in and said, you guys are wrong about all this. They already knew that. This wasn't a surprise to the Tibetans, at least as far as I can tell. That these systems aren't for that. They're for something else. It's like criticizing a philosophy textbook for not having every single possible interpretation of Plato in the book, and instead, for a first-year student, having summaries of Plato, Aristotle, whoever, Maimonides, Zoroaster, blah, 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 because you're writing a textbook that tells people the basic stuff about these views so that you can understand the whole subject as one big subject. You understand what I mean? Okay, hopefully that helps. PD Arzen, if you go to the Discord server, I have a chat in the Discord server that says future videos. So if you put that comment there, because I can't grab it during the live right now and put it on my list, put it in the suggestions part of the Discord server, and I'll take a look at it, and if it's something that I think is worth responding to, I'll definitely take a look at it and maybe make a response. Okay. In other words, we've all been really good and we've all been really bad. And the problem is that just being really good or really bad doesn't get us out of the problem. You can't do it just by training and concentration. You can't do it just by being ethical. You certainly can't do it by not training and concentration and not being ethical. And so all of the stuff that we've tried hasn't gotten us out of the problem because we don't have the wisdom aspect. We don't have the wisdom of selflessness, the wisdom of emptiness. That's what gets you out. This is why I often say when people ask me to compare Buddhism against all the other meditative traditions, I say, probably across the world religions, you could find most of Buddhism in other places. What you don't find, or only very, very, very rarely and sort of in odd sources do you find the wisdom aspect of Buddhism in other places. The wisdom aspect is what is most unique. That's what gets you out of samsara. So to be born as Brahma, to be born as a universal deity, to be as the highest deity of a new universe, for example, you need to do a lot of good karma and train in meditation. Unfortunately, it doesn't last forever. So at some point, you're going to fall right back down to where we are now, or worse. You see? So the problem is we've been really good and really bad, and neither of those fix the problem. Maitri asks, how do you respond to someone who says you can't be Buddhist and Christian? What I say to that is, that it depends on a few things. I think generally speaking, it's very, very difficult to be Buddhist and Christian at the same time because they have contradictory beliefs. And so one or the other will have to give somewhere, and you'll have to say, well, I'm a Christian who does some Buddhist stuff to be a better Christian. And just to sort of put some meat on that bone, I met a pastor at a Unitarian church in Charleston, the Circle Church in Charleston, South Carolina. A very famous church. You can look it up. It's a round building. It's really cool. And I had a conversation with him about, because Unitarians are much more open-minded than a number of other Christian denominations, about sort of just religion. Like I've talked to a lot of religious leaders over the years because I like other people that are doing this, trying to train themselves. I don't, it's just hard to be religious. And there's something about being religious that translates, and struggling with religion that translates across traditions, even if you don't believe the same stuff. So I feel camaraderie with other people that are trying to do whatever they're trying to do. And so I was speaking with this Unitarian minister, and you know what he said to me? He said, I went on a Buddhist retreat, having been a Christian for a long time. I went on a mindfulness retreat, and we did metta practice. We did loving kindness practice. And he said, doing that practice, I realized for the first time what Jesus Christ meant by agape, what he meant by universal love. And up until that time, I hadn't understood. I thought I did, but I hadn't understood what Buddhists, what we're even talking about in terms of love in the Christian tradition. So he said, studying Buddhism and studying meditation made me a better Christian. And I went, great, well done. So he's still a devoted Christian, but he does some Buddhist stuff that makes him a better Christian. Likewise, when I think of my own self, as an academic, I had to study a lot of theology. I studied a lot of theology. During my master's program, I studied with really highly accomplished theologians, and I studied really tough, really like the deep nitty-gritty details of what the Trinity is and how those relationships work. And I've gone way down the rabbit hole on these ideas, and it made me a better Buddhist because I got to think about all of these issues in terms of, what does omniscience mean? What's the relationship between omniscience and power? What's the relationship between truth and compassion or love? What's the relationship between a being who is both formless, abiding across 3 different time periods, past, present, and future, and yet can also have a body and enter into the world? Because that's, according to Christians, is Jesus, right? Here's the Father abiding across 3 times, all-knowing and so forth, but there's also a second personality of Jesus entering the world. And so I've joked with a few Christians that Buddhists actually have a way to explain the Trinity, one of the great mysteries that Christianity can't explain. We have this thing called dependent origination and emptiness, and it solves the problem. So, honestly, I think that both traditions, Christianity and Buddhism, for example, have things to offer each other. But if you want to be a really, really serious Buddhist, at some point, you have to pick basically between, do I want to go to a heaven and a heavenly realm, or do I want to try to attain nirvana? Do I believe that there are infinite past rebirths, or do I believe that a creator deity made everything? At some point, you have to choose one or the other, and that's going to make you a Buddhist who does and understands and appreciates Christian stuff, or a Christian who does and understands and appreciates some Buddhist stuff, and you'll fall into one category or the other. Now, having said all that, I often say people start where they are. And so there may be time periods where you're just sort of, you can't decide. And you think Buddhism is true. I know Buddhism is true, but I also can't let go of Jesus and heaven and God. And so I'm kind of doing both until I sort this thing out. And likewise, some Buddhists who deconvert probably go through the same thing on the other side, where they're like, well, I believe in Buddha. I know these teachings work, but what about the history of Jesus? What about the resurrection? What about, all of these things that have been in my comment section for the last week that Christians, they turn up and they're concerned that maybe I haven't read Lee Strobel's book about the case for Christ, and I just don't know. The thing is, I do know, and I've read the books and I've read the theology and I've discussed it with really incredible theologians, and I'm just not convinced. I don't think it's the best explanation. So that doesn't mean I have to reject it all. I think there's things worth studying there. And if you're a Westerner, for example, understanding a certain amount of Christianity and the values there and the way that a Christian might train their character to become a better character and more like Jesus has value to you as a Western practitioner, because so much of your culture that you're living in, even though you don't know it, is informed by Christian stuff. And so understanding that aspect of your own culture better will make you better at training in ethics and training your character as a Westerner, for example. This is my opinion. So, yeah, having said all of that, having better character makes you a better Buddhist. So if you can develop better character through whatever means, that's making you a better Buddhist. So this is, again, it's a nuanced answer, I hope. It's not just like yes or no. Again, hopefully that helps some of you in the chat. Okay, we have reached the first commercial break. I have gone without commercial for about 2 hours now. Let me simply say, everyone who's here, especially if you're new, I teach everything that I teach for free, even the supposedly paid courses that I teach, like through school, which I have down below. I have my whole meditation course down there, is actually available for free online right now. So I don't actually put a paywall between myself and the teachings that I do and anyone. That being said, I do this between 70 and 100 hours a week, teaching and writing and creating content and answering questions and training people in meditation. So the only way I can do that is if the community supports me in doing that. Obviously, I've got to keep the lights on. The only reason I'm able to sit here with this particular computer and this mic and the lighting we have tonight is because of you guys. And I have put, besides the cost of a hamburger and some French fries and a milkshake, I have put every penny that's come in into making the setup this professional so that it's better for you all. Yeah. So I can only keep doing this with everybody if enough donations come in and there's enough support financially to do it. So some members of the community have to do that, or I can't do it. That's just how it is, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't, because I'd love to just do it and never have to talk about money. I hate talking about the money side of it, but I do need your support. So if this has value to you and you're getting something out of this, become a member on YouTube at whatever tier you can. And the more people that are members through YouTube, the less I need to talk about money. The more people who are members on the school course, which is linked in the description below, the less I need to talk about money. The more people who send through donations on GoFundMe or Venmo without me mentioning it, the closer I can get to that number that I need to just make it through the month and continue upgrading the stream and sometimes paying people, hopefully, to come and visit and hang out and talk about Dharma stuff that'll be valuable for everyone, the better, hopefully. Hopefully that's all for the better for everyone involved. So I need the community's help to carry on doing this. So if it's valuable to you right now, click one of the links somewhere, sign up for something, send a super chat through, become a member, so that I can carry on doing this for one more month, and then next month, if some people have signed up and blah, 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 then I'll have to say this sort of thing even less, which would be great for me. And also it'll take up less time in our discussions from day to day. Okay. Also, for those of you who already are members, I learned today something really horrifying. But if you signed up to be a member on YouTube, if you signed up to be a YouTube member using your iPhone, then Apple every single month will take 30% of the subscription that you're trying to send to me. Which means that, if you're at the lowest tier of service, that YouTube is taking 1/3, Apple is taking 1/3, and I'm only getting between, around 1/3 or 40%, which will make it much, much more difficult to fully fund the operation. So if you did sign up using an iPhone, go to your laptop, go to a web browser, sign into your YouTube account, through your iPhone, cancel your membership, re-sign up through the web page, and then we're only paying YouTube fees instead of also paying Apple fees. So getting double hit with the fees, I don't think you want any more than I do. So if that's the case, go ahead right now. Go to your Apple account, go to your signups, cancel your membership, go to your web browser, re-sign up right now, and just hit pause on the stream and come back when you're done, and you can carry on right from where we are now, which is me answering more questions. Okay? Carrying on. Just double checking that we don't have. Good. Okay. No more super chats at the moment. Welcome. Look at this. Barack Obama in my stream. I need to get a screenshot of this. I'm going to put this up. I'm going to put this up on the. Oh, that's hilarious. So Barack Obama has become a stream enterer and is on his way to liberation and enlightenment right here tonight. You saw it here first. Almost Barack Obama. Okay. I'm now on Sammy Tovar's comment. Is yogic samadhi through pranayama considered wrong concentration in a Buddhist context? No, not at all. Not at all. You can totally integrate it. You can totally integrate it. However you want to attain samadhi, as long as you're not doing it by training as a sniper in the military or something. However you want to train in samadhi using whatever system, Taoist Neigong, Hindu yogas, Jain yogas, you name it. Get your samadhi, for goodness sake, because you need the samadhi, you need that powerful mind to do the wisdom practices in Buddhism. However, in whatever system appeals to you and makes you make progress the fastest, do that, because the faster you get a mind that's totally under control and extremely powerful and sharp, the better. And well, I appreciate you being here as well, Barack. Glad to have you here from Nigeria. A really, really, really good friend of mine is actually a minister in Nigeria. And he's opening a church there, and this will surprise everyone in the chat probably, but I'm helping him get his church open in Nigeria. This tells you how my mind works. I genuinely want, and the type of church he's opening is really revolutionary for Africa in general, but Nigeria in particular, because he wants to structure it completely differently. He's basically a universalist and a Unitarian, even though he's very serious about Jesus. And he basically wants to change the way that money is raised in churches. Because as you know, Barack, there's a lot of people in Nigeria who are, they want to charge you money for miracle healing and doing miracles during the blah, 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 blah. And he's just trying to get rid of all of this and get back to transforming your character as a Christian using the teachings of Jesus. And I think that's a fantastic development in terms of African Christianity in general and Nigerian Christianity in particular. So I'm fully in support of the work that he's doing there. And one day I hope I can make my way to Nigeria and actually visit, and who knows, maybe I'll see you when I come. No, there's no Nigerian Buddhist community at the moment. I have one other student in Nigeria. I can't remember what city he's in, but he's been around for quite a while. And he's been training with me on and off for quite a while. So I can maybe get you hooked up with him if you're in his vicinity. Go to the Discord, if you would. go to the Discord if you would, and just write me a little note there and remind me, and I can get you hooked up with the Africa group, because I'm actually trying to develop a presence in Africa in general, and Nigeria in particular, because there's a great hunger, I think, across the African continent for this kind of thing, but there's nobody teaching it. And I don't know why, but when I was in college, I went to Kenya for about 10 days, and there's just an itch in the back of my brain that I have to get back to Africa, and I have to do something with people there. And I have a student in South Africa, and I have a student in Nigeria, and I really do want to continue building the community of great meditators and so forth across the continent. So I'm really glad to have you here, truly. Sasha has become an arahant. Just like the great teachings of the Buddha. Every time we do a live stream, people are becoming arahants. I haven't seen any Pratyeka Buddhas yet. I haven't seen any Buddhas yet, but we're at least getting some stream enters and arahants. That's something. Okay, let me carry on. I think there was a super chat. Dylan asks, why was the Dalai Lama in the Epstein files? I'm not sure. Epstein basically was interested in anyone who had a lot of money, and sent a lot of emails talking about anyone who had money. And the Dalai Lama is a head of state. He was the head of the Tibetan state. So his net worth is in the millions. I mean, he's a multimillionaire. To say nothing of, like, he had a lot of money before he got going because he's the head of an entire country. But then he worked with a lot of people, wrote a lot of books. There's just a lot of, and then people give him donations. He just has a lot of money. So I'm sure Epstein was interested in trying to connect with him to manage his money. Epstein wanted to talk to anybody that had, I think, upwards of whatever it is, $10 million or something. So he didn't care. Okay. Getting back to the chat. General Tao says he had an extra 8 hours to do each practice. That's right. I mean, imagine if you didn't have to sleep and if you were really good at your practices. 8 or 10 hours a day, you'd be completely alone, basically in retreat, and you could do your sadhanas, you could do deep meditation on consciousness, you could do whatever you wanted. So, man, it's really incredible to think about. Because he became a great yogi and gained capability in retreat, when he came out of retreat, he was able to do even more because he had gained such capability in terms of his meditation training. All right. As they say in a club that my father used to belong to in California, this Ajad, this question is kind of a deck clearer. It's a deck clearer. If we're all hanging out on the deck together and somebody answers this question a little bit too strongly, everyone just sort of leaves, wanders off. I don't think it does at all. I think the opposite. Buddhism poses challenges to liberalism. And for whatever reason, more liberals actually have been attracted to Buddhism in the West than conservatives. But Buddhism is actually a pretty conservative religion. For example, Buddhism says that life begins at conception. Buddhism says that abortion is a negative action. Buddhism says that infinite sex of all kinds for everyone is probably not a good idea. There's just all sorts of things in Buddhism that fit actually a little bit better into the conservative side of the spectrum of politics. However, there are also things that in Buddhism, obviously, that fit better into the liberal side that most everyone here will be aware of already. So it's this mixed bag of stuff that is totally conservative politically from the point of view of our politics today, and stuff that is totally liberal in terms of our politics today. As far as I can tell, the Buddha didn't have any problem with like kings. He gave a lot of advice to kings, and he gave them quite a bit of advice on like, how do you protect your country from people that aren't from here? You know what I mean? So this is like a border policy, perhaps, that's a kind of strong. I don't know. The Buddha, I don't know that he really endorsed military stuff, but he did mention with kings, when he talked with kings on a regular basis, Buddha did, he frequently talked about military analogies with those kings. And one could infer that there was an expectation, it goes without saying, that the king was going to use military action to protect their country if called upon. So again, these are things that probably fit better, more so, into a conservative worldview than a liberal one. And actually, even things, those who were here yesterday, even things like loving kindness and compassion, when you get right down to how powerful, how forceful, how much cojones those practices have, it starts to sound a bit less sort of floofy and let's all get along. It's really not like that at all. Yeah. Speaking for myself, I'm a political independent. I don't fall on one side or the other, and I hold political views that span the entire spectrum, from kind of a true middle position to some very conservative views on one side and some very liberal views on the other. So I really don't fit into one category. Okay. General Tao says an animal seeks to eat and avoid being eaten, eventually resulting in being eaten by nature. Humans have the same instincts, however, humans can preserve other aspects also in their karma. Yeah, that's right. Astrali asks, what are you? I am a human being. I'm a Mahayana practitioner, Tibetan Buddhist, and also been training in Taoism now for half a decade or so. I don't know how it begins, but the journey of 1,000 steps ends with me collapsing from exhaustion. This is true. Matthew Hart. Many descriptions of Buddha nature seem to attribute positive qualities to an ultimate reality underlying phenomenon. What is Buddha nature? Not simply an essence, a substance, or a self under another name? No, it is not. Even though it's called a svabhava, it's called an essence. This is a bit technical, but Buddha nature is the absence of something, not the presence of something. Buddha nature is your potential to attain Buddhahood. It is the absence of something within you that would stop you from attaining Buddhahood, to put it as in the least technical way that I can. Since there's nothing within you that would stop you from attaining Buddhahood, you could say that positively as you have the potential to attain Buddhahood. And thus your nature is to become a Buddha. Exactly what is that absence? It's the emptiness of your consciousness. The fact that your consciousness isn't inherently a human consciousness, for example, means that it can become some other type of consciousness, namely the consciousness of a Buddha. Your consciousness can become an omniscient mind because it isn't inherently not an omniscient mind. Your 5 aggregates can become the aggregates of a Buddha because they're not inherently the aggregates of a not a Buddha. If you collect the right causes and get rid of the right stuff in your causal continuum can become that of a Buddha. And thus you have a nature of not being obstructed from attaining Buddhahood. A Buddha nature. Colwyn asks if I've heard of Sikhism. I went to school with some Sikhs growing up. There was a Sikh family in my very small school. I went to a very small school growing up, a couple of very small schools, and so I had some Sikh friends. So it's Guru Nanak, right, who's the founder, if I'm not mistaken, and they have a primary text that's has some Hindu ideas and some Buddhist ideas, even I think, and some Muslim ideas, and then there were subsequent gurus in the lineage who added some things and took some things away, if my understanding is correct, which it might not be, and then at some point they stopped having living gurus and they turned the final version of their holy text into the final guru. And that holy text now every day at the Sikh temple in isn't it Sikkim, the region of India, at the sort of heart of the Sikh world, they go through a ritual of treating that text as if it were a living guru. So in brief, I think it's a tradition that sort of blends a few other traditions and has elements from a few other traditions. It's monotheistic in my understanding, but I think it has aspects of mind training and meditation as well, and ritual, and they also have a fairly strong kind of military tradition, martial arts, and defense of the community, and that kind of thing. So it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. I'd actually like to study it at much greater depth than I already have. I just haven't found the opportunity to do so yet. Sugar-free, did he actively say yes? Not sure what that's in reference to. Do our individual souls have to experience every type of life, or can one start incarnating into no so suffering lives? Are there souls that will be born into suffering forever? Lewis is asking an important question here. So was the Buddha bald? I'll answer that real quick. Actually, no. The Buddha, even after he attained awakening, he had some hair. That's why his statues, you see the little things on his head, he had hair. Okay. Do our individual souls... So we don't have to go through every kind of life. According to Buddhism, you've already been through every kind of life because past lives are infinite. And there is the potential to never escape from samsara. There is that chance. And we have to say that chance is real because we've already been here forever. Therefore, there must be the potential for some people to never escape. However, the reason it's really important that there be more than one Buddha, right? The reason it's important that there's more than one Buddha who's attained enlightenment, who's benefiting all beings, is that we all have special connections with each other that other beings don't have in quite the same way as we do ourselves. So, for example, when you're reborn, quite often you are reborn in the vicinity of beings who you've already known for a long period of time. So your mother and father in this life are probably beings that you've had relationships with in previous lives, recently, relatively recently. So families, friends, lovers, husbands and wives, children, best friends, quite often meet in various forms with different kinds of relationships. Sometimes I say they orbit each other, right? They orbit each other and occasionally bump into each other, but there are clusters of beings that are continuing to interact with each other again and again and again because they're sort of in the gravity of each other's karmic behaviors, because they do stuff together, they accumulate karma together, and therefore they meet again to continue living out the results of the karmas that they've accumulated in close proximity to each other. So because of this, let's say that in your orbit, there are, I don't know how many, but let's just come up with a random number. Let's say there's 1,000 people that are in your really close orbit of beings. Shakyamuni Buddha, in his really close orbit, had a whole bunch of students at his time who had been in his orbit for many lifetimes. His wife, for example, they say, I put this in the recent video, had been his wife over and over and over again in previous rebirths for something like 1 million lifetimes on his way to enlightenment. So he had been married to the, I mean, you want to talk about a romance story? Come on, ladies. In the first time they met, this is so heartbreaking and beautiful and charming. The first time they met, and the first lifetime they met, the person who would become the Buddha eventually, millions of lifetimes ago, had decided he was on his way to enlightenment, and he met a young woman who was selling flowers. And in my understanding of the story, she gave him a flower, and she said, with this, I want you to make a promise that we will be husband and wife for every lifetime from here to enlightenment until you've achieved your goal. And he said, okay. And through these vows they made to each other, they were, in fact, according to Buddhism, born as husband and wife over and over and over again when that was possible, over and over and over and over again for millions of lifetimes on the way to enlightenment. What a romance story that is, you know? And then when the Buddha attained enlightenment, his wife became a nun and achieved nirvana. And the Buddha's son, who had been in various relationships with him in the past of various kinds across lifetimes, his son achieved realization. And his parents achieved realization. Besides his mother, who died shortly after his birth, she went to Tushita heaven. But all of these people that were in his orbit for hundreds of lifetimes, thousands of lifetimes, millions of lifetimes, with special connections with him in particular, received disproportional benefit, superior benefit from him in particular. And you likewise, there are special relationships you have with other beings. So if you attain nirvana, if you attain a bodhisattva, like a highly accomplished bodhisattva condition, if you attain enlightenment, you will have a special benefit that other Buddhas couldn't have had because of your special relationships with other beings. So there's a reason that you in particular should become enlightened. We need more than one Buddha because we have different kinds of connections with each other. And on your way to enlightenment, if you are reducing the amount of delusion in your little corner of the universe, and you're causing other beings to come up with you and to gain more virtue together, then you're sort of lifting, all the boats are rising in your harbor. You know, the tide is going up for everybody because you are not adding to the problem anymore. You see? It's really incredible, actually. Really incredible. This is why it's important to have more than one bodhisattva, more than one Buddha. Okay, more super chats. Yes. Nirvana, abiding nirvana, right? Abiding nirvana means that after death, you enter into the subtlest nature of your own consciousness and you stay there, according to the Theravada schools, forever. According to the Mahayana schools, a Buddha will wake you up eventually and say, come on, everyone else is suffering. We need you to attain Buddhahood. Non-abiding nirvana is you've already attained the ability to enter abiding nirvana, completely destroying suffering for yourself. But out of compassion and loving kindness, you carry on taking rebirths, or not rebirths, you carry on manifesting, generating new bodies, generating new aggregates, etc., to carry on down the path and complete the process of training towards enlightenment. Enlightenment is the perfection of all good qualities and the removal of all negative qualities. So if there is something in reality that a human being, or not just a human being, but a conscious being can generate as a good quality, a Buddha has it. If there is some negative quality in a sentient being, in a consciousness that can be removed, the Buddha has removed all of them. So a Buddha is a being with absolutely perfected character. A Buddha is a being who's omniscient. A Buddha is a being who has, in particular, perfect compassion for all beings and perfect wisdom as to how things exist. And that's something that a person in nirvana does not have. They have accomplished something absolutely incredible in nirvana, but they don't have all these other capabilities. Next, Amida. How do you see the future of Buddhism in the West? I'm actually not sure. I think in the West that some of the cultural trappings of Buddhism from other places will be stripped away, and our container, so to speak, the Western container, will come to shape what the liquid of the Dharma in it looks like, right? The Dharma will be the same, but the container will be very different. And exactly the way it will be different is hard to say. But I think Western people, because it's primarily going to be a layperson's tradition, that much of the cultural trappings that have been added on to Buddhism for thousands of years that are perhaps not as evidenced in the texts that one might like, that though because certain things have been added on, and more layers and more layers to the kind of outside of the container holding the Dharma in those cultures, those things are going to be stripped away, and then we're going to add on our own things, and we already are. Like, we're adding on cognitive science, we're adding on, cognitive science into research of meditation. We're adding on, I don't know, in some cases, our ideas of ethics and morality are being sort of blended into the traditions, and it's not quite clear where that's all going to land. Mambo asks, if you're new to Buddhism, how do you know if rebirth is truly real or if there are devas? I took a long road, as some of you know, to that idea. Before I finish that thought, though, brief commercial break. A lot of you are new in the stream tonight. I teach everything I do for free, so I talk to people on the phone about their practice, and I do these sessions, and I teach meditation, and I have courses online for training in both Buddhism and sort of meditation from a secular perspective, and a combination of the two. So, all of this stuff that I do for free is only possible because of you guys. The community has to come together, because I'm still not quite there, unfortunately, in supporting this financially, if you think it's worth me doing it. If you guys don't think it's worth me doing it, fair enough. But if you think this is valuable and you want it to continue on, then I need some financial support from the community, because I really do this for 70 to 100 hours a week, and there's no time to unfortunately, there's no time to make money some other way while also doing this. So if you're getting value out of this, please do pause the live stream right now, click one of the links so that you can become a member, or send through a super chat, or do a donation on the GoFundMe, because that will allow me to carry on doing this for at least one more month. And I would really, really love to see, from those of you who think this is something that you want to go on in the world, I'd really love to see some memberships come through YouTube, because if I can get a fair number of those YouTube subscriptions every month, then I can kind of know where I'm at in terms of the financial future of this. Unfortunately, it does take a certain amount of money to keep the lights on, and I'd also like to have enough left over that I can visit my teachers, who live in various places: Nepal, Mexico, Canada, the United States. I'd like to be able to travel and train with my teachers and see my teachers and so forth. And the only way I can do that is if you guys think that what I'm doing is valuable enough to provide me with enough means that, not only can I just break even and pay the bills, but have enough to go and continue training and see my teachers and so forth. So If this is valuable to you, please do hit pause right now and just sign up for any one of the things that I have, any one of the ways that you can make a contribution, because it really means a lot since we're in the early days. These early days are the most uncertain. So the more support we have now, the better. Now we're back to the regularly scheduled programming. I took a long road to deciding whether or not I thought rebirth was real. It took me, I think, 12 years of thinking about it, study, research, looking at other lines of evidence before I decided that I was like 90% convinced. And then what finally convinced me is that it wasn't just evidence, because there's plenty of evidence that children have past life memories. There's plenty of evidence from near-death experience that death is not the end. There's plenty of evidence from near-death experience that there are various kinds of realms that one might be able to be born into, at least in terms of having some kind of evidence, because we're dealing with the edge of science. We're dealing with something non-physical and trying to study it using physical means. So it's a scientifically, it's a very difficult endeavor. But through a combination of thinking about the hard problem of consciousness, in other words, that consciousness seems to be non-physical, through looking at modern physics, through looking at children with past life memories, through looking at near-death experience, I was able to combine all of this with Buddhist arguments and come to the conclusion that rebirth and realms of rebirth are probably real, including things like devas. And then through talking to other practitioners who have been around and studied and trained and been around great yogis, I just found myself encountering more and more and more circumstances that I couldn't ignore in terms of things like devas. That there are still great yogis, great meditators who are utterly reliable, as far as I can tell, who are saying devas are real things. And when I combine that with something like near-death experiences, and you can go on YouTube and listen to all kinds of near-death experiences, people talk about them, and there are whole YouTube pages dedicated to near-death experience. You can hear them talk about the heavenly realms and the devas and the beings that live in these realms and so forth. Quite a few have a bit of a Christian flavor, but that's okay. I've talked about why, even as a Buddhist, it's okay to think that all those things might be real. We understand how they exist a little bit differently than the Christians. So, by looking at all of this together over a long period of time, and then having some experience in meditation, and some things happen to me I'm not going to mention in public, having some real experiences of stuff starts to make you go, okay, there's really no room for doubt in me on this issue anymore. And that's why I talk about it in the way that I do, because I'm actually convinced it's a real thing based on a lot of good evidence and personal experience of some things, and the experiences of other practitioners that have been shared with me over the years. That being said, I don't think it's something you need to have fully accepted by next Tuesday. I think that if you go through a process of thinking about it and studying stuff and collecting evidence, that'll be a much more stable confidence that you have than if you just sort of tried to force yourself to believe it on faith. Were there Vedic female saints? I'm not sure. I haven't ever looked into that. I don't think I've read Longchenpa. I haven't read much of Longchenpa's work, Lewis. I've read tiny excerpts of his work, and I'm more of a Prasangika guy. So I mostly focus on middle way and Prasangika stuff, and he's more of a Yogacara, Chittamantra guy. Have I seen Rocky the movie? I'm assuming, yeah, it's a good movie. Where should you start when learning Buddhism? Giles asks, or Gills asks, Mambo asks. I recommend finding a good lineage near you. And if you don't know how to find a good lineage, go to the Discord server. Ping me there, talk to me there, and we can set up a time to get on Zoom or something. And we'll go through on the web all the options that are near you and talk them through. And we'll find you a good lineage. The best thing to do is study in a proper lineage of Buddhist practice. That's the first thing. The other thing is, I wish humbly that there was someone like me when I first started doing this, because it's really hard to figure out how to take all this stuff you learn in a real lineage and learn how to bring it into real life. And so some of the things that I teach in terms of meditation training and how to train your mind more generally will serve you in whatever lineage you decide to practice in, because you'll be able to do more and take more away from those lineages by knowing how to train your mind as a layperson living in the real world. So hopefully it doesn't sound like I'm just promoting my own stuff or something, because again, I give it away for free. But I would highly recommend that you do the 5 foundations material, the meditation material that I teach, and really understand how that works and make progress in those techniques, because those will help you train in meditation and understand what to do with the teachings you get in whatever lineage you're in. And you'll be able to make a lot of progress in your lineage. You'll be able to really understand and go deep in your lineage if you understand how to train your mind. Kadro Kuzang Dechen Chodron. I don't think I do know her. If I do, I only know her by face and not by name. What about Scientology? I don't really know much about Scientology, although I've had some interesting conversations with a friend of my wife who's a Scientologist, who's quite serious about her Scientologist practice. And again, I really don't know anything about it, but I had a very, very interesting conversation with my wife's friend and her husband about it, and didn't get into what they believe or what they do really. But in terms of some philosophical discussions we had, it was actually a rewarding experience. So I don't really have much to say about it. You know, they were nice people. Yeah, yeah, Barack, I'm finally getting to your comments now in the chat. Lots of issues with tithing, you say. Yeah, I've heard that. And that's his thing. Festus is his name. He again, he's just this whole thing with tithing, he says is just really bad, and then the miracle things and the miracle healings he says is really bad. And the prosperity movement, where they're basically promising people that if you give us a bunch of money, you're going to be rich, is really bad. And so he's trying to fix that. And I think it should be fixed. And I'm happy to help him in whatever way I can, so that things will be better. The actual place that it's in, I think it's not in one of the major cities, so I can't remember the name of the location, but I have it somewhere. The guy from Hardcore Zen is in Kenya. Oh yeah, you mentioned the Hardcore Zen guy. I haven't gotten around to his stuff yet. I've been busy with other things, but I can't remember if I have that on the list or not. Lewis, ping me on the Discord, and the part of the Discord where it says future video stuff. I need to remember to look him up. Astrali asks why there's so many statues of the Buddha. Great question. Give me a moment. I'm going to pull something up. Some of you will hate this. Some of you will get a kick out of it. I translated that from Tibetan. Where did I put it? What need is there to mention? What need to mention? If I can find this, it'll be a happy day. So there's a Mahayana Sutra that talks about statues and seeing statues. Statue. Yeah, I have it there. Okay. Statues worship in Buddhism. Sorry, folks. I know this is a lot of airtime, but this is one of those things that people think Buddhism doesn't say a lot about, and actually it does. And I'd really love to actually show you the quote rather than just telling you that it exists, because I think that makes people feel a lot more comfortable. What is the sutra? The sutra, come on, Jared, come on. The Power of Devotion Sutra, is that what it is? Power. Come on, is this it? There it is. The Sutra of the Mudra of Developing the Power of Devotion. Yes. Okay. Check this out. Okay, let me make sure that this is centerized. Okay, let me pull it because I want you guys to be able to read this. Okay, so this is a sutra. This is a, oh gosh, what the heck? So this is a sutra in the Mahayana corpus of sutras. The sutra's name is the Sutra of the Mudra of Developing the Power of Devotion. And the topic in this portion of the sutra is about statues and paintings. Okay? So here's the Buddha talking to Manjushri, and he says, Manjushri, a son of the lineage or daughter of the lineage, who could offer divine food endowed with hundreds of tastes, likewise divine garments with refreshed enthusiasm every day, for eons equaling sand grains in the river Ganga, the river Ganges, to solitary realizer arhats, so pradyaka Buddhas, equaling the number of dust particles in all the realms of the universe. So a Buddhist practitioner who is a bodhisattva on the path of training could make offerings of the enjoyments of the gods to solitary realizer arhats, so incredibly powerful karmic object for you to be making an offering to. How many of these? Equaling the number of dust particles in all the realms of the universe. So innumerable solitary realizer. For how long? For eons equaling sand grains in the river Ganga. So for a period of time that is unimaginable. So Manjushri, by comparison, Manjushri, if a son of the lineage or daughter of the lineage, or anyone else, meaning people that aren't Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, just anybody who happens to do this, simply sees a painting of a Buddha or a statue of a Buddha, this generates countless greater merits than the previous action. So a person could make offerings for eon upon eon upon eon upon eon to solitary realizer arhats who are, in making these offerings, are so innumerable we can't even put a number on them. And in comparison, if just an everyday person who doesn't hold bodhisattva vows, anyone else, just happens to see for a single moment a painting of a Buddha or a statue of a Buddha, that person gets more merit, and not just a little bit more, countless greater merits, unimaginably greater merits than the person who made all of those offerings of divine garments and food for countless eons to countless arhats. Because of this, the Buddha says, there's no need to mention putting your hands together in prostration, offering incense, aromas, or lights, which generates even greater countless merit. My goodness. My goodness. Do we need to say more? Why are there so many statues? Because by having a statue, by having a painting, by having a custom emoji with a Buddha head on it. Simply by seeing, beings gain innumerable merits beyond imagining. Why? Because a Buddha has limitless qualities. A Buddha has limitless knowledge, limitless compassion, limitless love, limitless ethics, limitless patience, limitless perseverance, limitless concentration, limitless wisdom, and is constantly acting through limitless methods to benefit limitless beings. So simply seeing one, bang, creates this huge store of merit and virtue for you. This is how powerful karmically a Buddha is. Which, by the way, is why you shouldn't get angry at a Buddha, because Buddhas are incredibly powerful karmic beings, and getting angry at Buddhas, even just a little bit of anger at a Buddha, creates unbelievable negative karma and destroys huge amounts of good karma. So, extremely powerful object, simply seeing the image of one creates huge amounts of virtue. That's why there's so many statues of Buddhas. Same thing goes for stupas, those representations of a Buddha's mind, those stupas. Same thing. The Buddha has passages about those stupas in the Pali Canon. Lewis asks, is the Dalai Lama a Marxist? I have no idea. Oat Social. Do you have any books or commentaries you recommend on the Mahaparinirvana Mahasutra? Best place to donate? The best place to donate would be either Venmo or GoFundMe. If you take the GoFundMe slider and slide down the percentage that goes to GoFundMe, then you can actually send me 100% of the money that you're sending me instead of it going to a bunch of fees. So the best way to actually donate to me if you're doing a one-off donation is Venmo or GoFundMe when you slide the slider all the way down for the GoFundMe fees. If you want to do it conveniently and more regularly, sign up for the school course, sign up for a membership on YouTube, and when you do, make sure that on YouTube you don't sign up using your iPhone. Go to a web page on your laptop or what have you, and sign up there. Otherwise, YouTube takes 30%, and then your iPhone, in addition to that, will take another 30%. So almost, like a tiny fraction of the money ends up going to me, which I know you don't like, and certainly I don't like. So that's the best ways to donate to what we're doing here. So Oat, in terms of good commentaries on the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, I wish I had a really good answer for that. What I would say is, let me just pull this up quick. Mm. In the Discord server, let's see if I can share this with you without too much. Yeah, cool. I can put it in the chat. So I'm putting the link in the chat. So on our Discord server, I actually just put up, I've been collecting and refining for like 5 years all of these free resources for studying every type of Buddhism I can find. So Tendai, Tantra, the various Tibetan schools, all the Vinayas, all the Jatakas. So wherever free resources exist for topics related to Buddhism where they're high quality, I've collected them and put them in a big list. So I just added that list to the Discord server on its own little private thing. So if you just wanted to find a good copy of the Mahaparinirvana Sutra from the Mahayana canon, from the Chinese version or from the Sanskrit version or the Tibetan versions, probably through one of those links you can find it and just read it, you know. And then I don't know if they have it on 84,000 yet. Let me see. 84,000.co Maha Parinirvana. So on, is this done? Did they do it already? No. Damn. Okay. They don't have it translated yet. When they do eventually have it translated, there's a website called 84,000.co, and they're translating the Tibetan canon into English. But while they're doing that, they also consult the Sanskrit versions of any of those texts and the Chinese versions, and where they exist, sometimes also, I think, the Pali versions. And so they produce this scholarly understanding and sort of a summary of what's going on with the history of the text, the versions of the text, and what's going on in the text in terms of topic and time period and who's being talked to, etc. And they offer that at the beginning before you read the actual sutra, which is quite helpful. So yeah, 84,000 is a lovely, lovely resource if you're trying to study sutras in general. Did I say cojones? I probably did. I say cojones fairly often. I have not been to Tibet or Bhutan yet. I'd like to go because, well, for probably obvious reasons. Lewis asks about being in a cave. So there's a set of practices in the, I think, Kagyu, maybe the Sakya also, where they do 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days. And I think it comes from the, what is that tantric cycle? The Kalachakra cycle, I believe. And then the Kalachakra cycle, if I'm not mistaken, also has a long-term dark retreat where you do your practice in the dark for 30 days or 100 days, something like this. Yeah, in any case, I mean, I'm a retreat kind of guy. So if I had the opportunity towards the end of my life, for example, to do 3-year retreat, you know, I would probably do it. But at the moment, I have a wife and no plans on leaving her, no plans on passing away. And you know, as long as I have a wife and I have responsibilities in the world, I can't do that kind of retreat. What I can do, and what my wife has very kindly, even though she's not a Buddhist, has supported me in doing many times over the years, is to do extended retreat of some kind for, say, a month, right? So that's what I recommend for lay people. And that's why I'm building through the school community, right? I'm trying to get 100 or 200 people together through the school community who are training hardcore, studying hardcore, and are willing to support each other financially to do anywhere between 1 week and a month of retreat at a time, and to do other kinds of deep study. because most of us, I think, probably have bills, depending on where you are in the world, between $700 a month and $3,000 a month. Most of us, somewhere in there. And so, if you want to go into retreat for a month, somehow those bills have to get paid. If there's 200 of us, we can probably send most of the people, not most of the people, but maybe like 10% of the community or so into retreat every year for a cost of, between all of us, I don't know, like $20 or $30 or something per month. So imagine that. If all of us had one community where we agreed, when you go into retreat, I'm going to help you do it. I'm going to help pay for it. When I go into retreat, you're going to help me. You're going to help pay for it. And therefore, all of us could afford, miraculously, overnight, all of us could afford to do 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks of retreat. Right? So I'm building that community in the school that's linked below. And I'm also training people a bit more hardcore in that course, because to do long retreat, you need to know what you're doing. Matt, a weapon answer. I can't remember what I answered. What was I talking about, Matt? Hold on, let me scroll back. What was your question? Matt was asking about Buddha nature. Okay. Is there a Tibetan response to particularly fiery Mapo? You'll have to define Mapo. As I said, my friends, my main background is Tibetan Buddhism, so I know some Sanskrit terms and I know a fair amount of Tibetan terms. But if you are writing about Buddhist stuff using the technical language of something like 20 different languages in which Buddhist stuff is studied, I'm not going to know all the terms. So you can say, for example, chitta, mind, or skanda, mental formation, or whatever. Use the terms, but also give me the translation in the chat, and then and then I won't have to say this sort of thing over and over again. Okay, Mapo is degenerate times, isn't it? We are in degenerate times. I think Nichiren's main thing was not that we can't do it, but that a lot of people can't do it. And that a lot of people, especially at his time, they weren't even literate, much less educated. And he wanted to produce a method that uneducated, illiterate people could accomplish. And so that's what he did. And I think Nichiren himself was actually a really accomplished, or at least somewhat accomplished, Tendai practitioner. And I've actually talked with some Nichiren folks before who've been Nichiren for a while, and I say, if you want to take the next step in your practice, go train in Tendai. Like that's what Nichiren was doing. He was training in Tendai, and Tendai still exists in Japan. And as far as I can tell, I mean, I have a friend here in Edinburgh who's a great, a pretty great Tendai practitioner. It's still a living lineage. Go train in the thing that the founder did, Okay. Are there texts where Buddhists discuss infinity? Good question. Yes, there's quite a few places where infinite things are discussed. A lot of the sutras talk about infinite this, infinite that. And in the Pali Canon, there's infinite, the Brahmaviras, for example, the things like loving kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity are things that can be cultivated limitlessly in an unlimited way. What else? Rebirths are beginningless. The universe that we live in now is the result of infinite previous universes. So there's just a ton of infinities in Buddhism. Kat asks if I do retreats. I do retreats. Yeah, I do run retreats. I did one, I don't know, a month or two ago. And the plan is, I'm hoping that once the community gets a little bit, when there's a few more people in the community, that maybe once every 3 months or so, that I would do a retreat with everybody who wants to do one, and we would do, maybe 5 days, maybe 7 days. That's especially because there'll be a lot of new people. That's a good amount of retreat. You'll get a lot out of it, and you'll be able to go really deep in the techniques that I do. And then you'll be able to take those techniques into real life in a much richer way because you did the retreat. As with the other things I do, I don't charge, but I do have usually sort of like a suggested donation. Last one I did, the suggested donation was 108, and I don't know, I think 4 people paid and then 2 people didn't pay, so there were 6 people on the retreat, and that's fine. Like, it's not actually a payment. It's like, if you can afford to chip in so that we can all do this and that I can keep teaching for free, great. If you can't, fine. Turn up, do the practice. You know what I mean? So yeah, generally speaking, that's how it works. And when I do lead retreats, I do them remotely so that people can train wherever they are. And I think that's actually important, because when you train where you are, then when you get done with retreat, you can take all this stuff you gain in retreat and just carry on in the environment you're in. If you train in a different environment, then you have to figure out how to bring your retreat mindset into life. So I'm actually a huge fan of teaching people how to do retreat much closer to where they actually are and closer to their real life situation, because that gives you more skill in terms of being able to bring the results of your retreat back into real life, which is the point. I've talked to a lot of people recently, because I've been talking to 1 million people, about the fact that there's this thing that happens to so many people where they go into retreat for 10 days or whatever, 2 weeks. And then a month later, they're completely back to normal, because they have no ability to take the benefit of the retreat and extend it into real life. This is my big gripe, I guess I could say, or the big thing I'm trying to convince the Buddhist world of more widely, is people need tools to take more and more and more of the benefits of their training into actual life. And so this is where I've focused my efforts in terms of training people in meditation. Even though the techniques I do teach are, at least I think, quite profound. Do Buddhist timelines, Mountain License asks, do Buddhist timelines change modern understanding of history? The Buddhist approach to history is quite different than the Western approach, because it includes beings who aren't obeying the ordinary rules of history. And so, by necessity, some of the claims that are being made are not historical or historically verifiable claims. Like a miracle, for example, is not something you can verify historically, because history deals in probabilities. What's the most probable thing to have happened? And miraculous things are, by definition, the most unlikely thing that could have happened. So, just looking at the bottom of the chat. So, no need to delete things that you guys have put in the chat. If the chat is getting too wild or out of hand or something, I'm perfectly happy to take questions that are adversarial or difficult or whatever. You don't need to hold back on those sorts of things, but it's better if everyone's respectful, and if there's less sort of unrelated stuff going on in the chat and more questions, then I can go through more questions. People listen to the answers more, and there's more questions that are being asked, which is actually better than just having a lot of chat going on in the chat, I think. But I don't mind you guys having conversations in the chat, as long as they don't get too deep and too involved and too heated to the point where no one's listening anymore. Otherwise, what the heck am I doing here? Okay. Does the word sin apply in any meaningful sense to Buddhism? No, not really. Sin means that you're moving away from the will of God, and that's not what we're up to in Buddhism. Yeah. I mean, karma is not sin. It's not violating the will of a deity. It's like gardening. If you don't want to have a garden filled with weeds and poisonous plants, don't plant those seeds, because eventually they'll grow. If you want to have corn and squash and tomatoes and sweet potatoes, then plant those in the garden, and later you'll see that those things grow there. That's karma. It's a causal process in which you plant seeds that are similar to the results that come about later. So if you don't want to, as one of my teachers said, you're free to do whatever you want, but if you don't want to die from drinking poison, then don't drink poison. That's what karma is like. David Wilcox supposedly unalived himself. He talked about the rainbow body. There's no evolutionary ladder. So I don't know what the mineral kingdom is. Rainbow body is a Nyingma practice mainly. Sometimes I think Kagyu Sake also have that go on. It's not, in my understanding, it's generally not something you see in the Gelug because we do different kinds of practices. But it's not something everybody does or has to do. What's more important, feed the hungry or achieve nirvana? Achieve nirvana, 100%. Why? Because if you achieve nirvana, you are no longer adding to the problem, which leads to people being hungry because of karmic results, because of bringing new universes into existence, because of engaging in negative actions in the past. But here's the thing, as lay people living in the real world, you can go feed the hungry and work on achieving nirvana. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can be conventionally beneficial and keep working towards the ultimate results of Buddhist practice. And those two things support each other. You don't have to choose one. But if you did have to choose one, attaining a state in which you can bring about infinite benefit for others in the future is more important than simply solving a problem that they're going to have in this particular lifetime for a short period of time, because hunger starts anew every single day. You understand? So, if we're being honest, we have to say solving everyone's problems forever is more important than solving some people's problems temporarily. So if you had to choose the permanent solution. If you don't have to choose, do both. I do both. I haven't mentioned this on the stream or anything before, but I actually have a a Patreon as well, and the Patreon I've been for 5 years with my students. We've been collecting money every year, and I use that for charitable causes and sometimes people who are hungry. Use that to support Buddhist causes and all sorts of stuff. I think it's good to do that kind of work. I like Nichiren Buddhism. I'm a bit of an iconoclast in that way. I think it provides something for a certain kind of person that's helpful. And it's not for me. And if somebody wanted to get out of Nichiren, I would say go do Tendai or go do Zen. But I think it's good. Altez asks about the soul in Buddhism. I think I answered that earlier on the stream, so I'm not going to answer it again on this particular stream. If you rewind the tape after we get done, you'll see that I've already talked about it. Lewis asks about Tibetan debate. Nagarjuna definitely did not say debate is useless. Nagarjuna trained one of his students to go debate with Hindu philosophers at the time. And he was debating with his contemporaries, both Buddhist and Hindu. That's how his texts came into existence. So debate is incredibly important and is endorsed, I think, all the way back to the Buddha, actually, even in the Pali Canon. It depends on context, of course. There are some contexts in which debate doesn't help, but generally speaking, debating makes your mind sharper. And as long as you're not doing it just to try to win the debate, if you're actually trying to get to the truth, it makes your mind sharper, more discerning, and you can use that more discerning, sharper mind to achieve liberation, enlightenment. So it's an important thing to do. It's important in the Tibetan tradition because that process of debate is part of learning. They memorize their texts and then they debate the texts to learn the material as if, from the heart, from the bottom of their being, from their essence. Who was it? Was it? Oh gosh, I can't remember now. But there's a philosopher who said in the West, he said, "If you don't know your opponent's position as well as you know your own, then you know little of your own position." The Tibetan point of view is you need to be able to be so good at defending your opponent's position that sometimes you could beat someone in debate who doesn't know your position well enough. In other words, I should know Christian theology and be so good at defending Christian theology, if I want to, that I could defeat a Buddhist who's not a very good Buddhist in debate. I should be able to defeat the Buddhist and send them to shame in the eyes of the king as we debate together, right? As they used to do in olden times in India. I should be able to beat my own school in debate using the position of another school if someone can't hold my school's position very well. This is how good you need to be. Why? Because this is how you make your conclusions in your own school, in your own mind, absolutely rock solid. And there's a famous story of Aryadeva. Aryadeva is the most famous student of Nagarjuna. And when Nagarjuna was preparing Aryadeva to debate with a Hindu school, Aryadeva is known to have said, "I think Nagarjuna has converted to Hinduism," because Nagarjuna was so good at defending those positions and was so powerful in basically beating Aryadeva in debate about the subjects that Nagarjuna actually believed were true, that Aryadeva thought that maybe Nagarjuna was becoming a Hindu. So this has a very long history. It really benefits you a lot to be able to set your ideas and beliefs aside, fully immerse yourself in a different set of ideas, understand how they work together, understand how they attack your ideas, and then be able to defend those ideas from the very strongest possible version of your opponent's idea. Because being able to do that gives you supreme confidence that your position is actually worth doing something about. If you're not really sure if Buddhism's true or not, and every time you read a new article about something or see something or somebody criticizes a little bit, you stop doing your meditation because you're like, well, this probably isn't true, then your worldview is so unstable, you don't have enough chutzpah, you don't have enough cojones, you don't have enough, power in your view to have it motivate your behavior. One of the things on the Eightfold Path is right view. We could just say right worldview. You need to have enough power in your worldview, confidence in your worldview, that it motivates your behavior. If you don't have that, what is it that's going to carry you through the dark days? What is it that's going to bring you to your cushion when you would rather be doing something more exciting? Nothing. So this is why it's important to gain these skills and go through these kinds of things and understand your opponent's positions. Oh man, Armando, go to the Discord server, put that in as a suggestion. I actually already have that on my list. Not on my official list, but in my head, I was thinking Buddhism is pretty consistently represented in films like, what was it? Older Brother and maybe, what was it, magnolias or lotus. There was something recently, white lotus or something. There's just huge numbers of television shows and video games and all sorts of things in popular culture that present, a little skosh, a little bite of Buddhism. And I have, besides maybe one or two examples, almost never seen even that little tiny bite get right whatever it is it's meant to be representing. And so I would love to do just a whole montage where I do, okay, here are like the top 20 pop culture moments of Buddhism in movies and books and video games and things that you have seen and played. And then just go through them and sort of like dealing with Dr. Tennant, just go, here's the real position. Okay, here's the next one. That was really funny, but is not true. Here's the real position. You know what I mean? And so it would be entertaining, but it would also be educational. And then when you see those sorts of things in pop culture, you'll go, oh yeah, I know what the real thing on that is. It's this. And that's something worth doing. Lewis asks, Deer Park Buddhism Center gave me The Highway of Conquerors and Lamps So Bright and the commentary on Bodhicitta. Fantastic. Neighborhood Adversary. I don't know anything about Lacassian psychoanalysis. My apologies. Altez, would you say your school system teaches, well, what does it teach? So, my school system teaches what I call the 5 foundations. They are techniques that I have plucked out of a lot of other techniques for training and meditation that I have, from experience, found to be the most effective techniques for training a layperson in meditation and training a layperson in how to take your practice from the cushion into the rest of your life, which then allows you to take not only your daily practice into real life, but when you do retreat, you can take the results from retreat into real life, which is really helpful. And those techniques are actually non-sectarian, so they can apply to any Buddhist school. They can actually apply to Hindu schools, Jain schools. I have a Christian Orthodox student who said that after our last retreat, or during our last retreat, he was doing his prayers in the Orthodox tradition, and he generated a state of formless concentration on faith and love while he was doing his prayers, on my advice, because we had been meditating on consciousness, which is a formless object. And so when he went to do his prayers, I pointed out that actually the faith and love you feel during prayers are also formless objects. So if you focus on those, just like you did with consciousness, it's going to be a much more profound experience. And he did this and said it was the most profound experience of prayer he's ever had. So these techniques allow you to do whatever it is you're already doing or want to do in terms of training your mind in meditation, Buddhist or non-Buddhist. They allow you to do it way better, more profound, more transformative. And then if you're Buddhist, by the time you get to the 5th one, which I call rumination meditation, you're learning to transform what you have on the surface of your mind. That's your worldviews, that's your direct realization of things, that's your compassion, your loving kindness, your patience, your perseverance. That's your willpower, your ethics, all of the elements of the path. Okay. Also, like I said, I'm building that community there of serious practitioners who want to support me and what I'm doing and want to support each other in doing serious retreat once we get enough people together. Finally, I'm going to be parking my book there. I'm going to be putting my book there that has a lot of scholarly material on training and meditation. It is an extremely detailed document talking about all of the critical scholarly stuff related to training and meditation, plus my personal advice, plus my teacher's advice, plus a whole bunch of other stuff you hadn't even thought about that's really important if you want to train your mind in meditation as a layperson, that doesn't come up if you're a monk living in the forest or a person living in retreat. Like, how do you manage your schedule? How do you manage your work? How do you manage your romantic partnership? How do you manage your studies? You know, how do you establish the habit to do something new? How do you set goals and decide on sort of future practices in such a way that it benefits your practice? There's just also, what about your diet? What about drugs? What about surgery in the hospital? you know, there's just all sorts of areas where over the years, over the last decade, talking to people, I've thought about all this stuff at some depth, added it to the book and the materials over time. And so there's just a lot of resources there for how to train in real life. ABC, I don't know what Disclosure Day is. Lewis, what would be all right? The main thing that helps you in the death process is your training. The main thing that helps the death process is living well, and your training. That's the most important thing. If you didn't do too good a job living well and training, then it really helps to have a close connection with your gurus and teachers and so forth, so that they can do their best to try to keep you from falling into a lower realm or ending up somewhere where you can't continue your training. Your connections with those beings can help, even according to the Pali Canon. Welly Man says, I did a 2-year non-working retreat at home, just that I was bleeding with debt and non-virtues the whole time. Yeah, with this economy, it can be like that. The goal of Buddhism is to not create new universes. I wouldn't say that, Lewis. I would say the goal of Buddhism is to attain nirvana and enlightenment. And at the end of all of this, who knows? Maybe we all enter nirvana having attained Buddhahood, and there being no more new sentient beings. We all enter nirvana together. Or maybe we all just enjoy the play of being in a nirvanic state of mind as a Buddha, and we have fun, creating universes just for fun. Who knows? Altez Buddha asks, how would one become rock solid in your understanding of Buddhism? That's an interesting question. Let me, since we're at another 30-minute mark and we've got new people in the room, just throw out there once again. So I teach for free, and I do this for an obscene number of hours per week. So this is the only thing I do. I give people advice over the phone. I help them train. I teach classes. I teach meditation. I make content for you guys. And I'm doing my very best to not, for example, put ads on anything, and not do promotionals and promoting people's products and all this kind of stuff that I think damages what we're trying to do here. But I do have to keep the lights on, and I'd like to have enough coming in that I can continue upgrading this setup, which is why it looks so nice now, because of the donations that came in. And if possible, I'd like to have some left over so that I can see my teachers and travel and continue getting the training that I need to be even better to do this for you guys and for myself. So if you think this is valuable, please do become a YouTube member, or join the school course down below, or drop a one-time donation in the GoFundMe or the Venmo. All of those make a big, big difference in terms of me being able to do this going forward. Unfortunately, it does take a fair amount of money coming in just to keep the lights on. And we are unfortunately not quite there yet in terms of signups and donations and so forth. And so I have to keep saying this. Otherwise, I wouldn't. I wouldn't bring it up. So if you think this is valuable, pause the stream right now, or pause this clip if you're watching it later, and just sign up for something or send a little bit of something through, because that'll allow me to continue doing this with all of you, and I really want to, and I know that some of you also want me to as well. Okay. Okay. Next question. Altis asks, how would one become rock solid in your understanding of Buddhism? Train in a good lineage, train with good teachers, have friends and colleagues on the path who are more accomplished than yourself. Spend time with those people so that they can mentor you and shepherd you along down the path. And yeah, be humble. Listen to your peers. Well, not just your peers, but those who are a little bit further along down the path than you. Take their advice, and over a period of time, you'll see that your mind changes, your capabilities change and improve. That's the main thing. Find a good lineage, make friends with people that are a bit further along, and watch what they do, ask what they do, and improve based on their advice. So Lewis asks about suicide and rebirth. Generally speaking, Buddhism has the view that committing suicide leads to a lower rebirth. That's generally how it goes. There is some debate about the end of life where you're already dying, for example. If under those conditions you were to, let's say, shorten your life at the very, very end because it's already the end. And I don't mean like committing suicide at the end. I mean that, in modern medicine, we have so many ways of extending the period of dying rather than simply allowing someone to pass away. And the Tibetans, for example, when they know that they're dying and they're good practitioners, they just sort of let the natural course of things take place and let things go the way that they're going, in not in all cases, but in some cases. And so I think there's some gray area towards the end. And exactly how gray it is hard to say. But in general, if you're in a really, really bad mental place and you terminate yourself, that leads to lower rebirth, according to Buddhism. Buddhism is not simply a subset of Hinduism. As Brandon said, modern Buddhism does indeed predate what we would call Hinduism. Hinduism didn't finish its development as a system until the 2nd century CE, whereas Buddhism originated and became a thing. I think it was in the sometime within the 6th or 5th century. I always get my centuries mixed up in terms of, when I say 5th century, am I saying that it was the 400s, or am I saying it was the the 500s? My wife, who's a historian, always she gets very mad when I do this. It's the same teaching on Hinduism, just one section of it where they don't teach all the sections. Here's a more interesting way of thinking about it, I think. Hinduism and Buddhism have now shared a couple thousand years of interacting with each other, talking to each other, debating with each other, exchanging techniques and texts and technologies with each other. And so this means that modern Hinduism has some in some streams probably has some Buddhist stuff in it. And likewise, in some streams, there's probably some on the method side, at least, some Hindu stuff in Buddhism. Because if it works, do it. If it's something that works and actually propels you further down the path, and all you need to do is add the wisdom aspect and the compassion and the bodhicitta, add the components and the refuge, the components that are Buddhist to this, why wouldn't you add those things on? If they make some aspect of the practice work better than it did, or maybe even for a certain period of time, who knows? Why wouldn't you add that on? Why wouldn't you improve something that could be improved potentially? You know? So there's a lot of areas of overlap between these systems, and where you do find difference, I think, is the emphasis, some of the training methods, and in particular, the wisdom aspect of Buddhism is mostly not there in other traditions, including Hinduism. It's not there, and unless you have lineages that are influenced by Buddhism. I was talking to a Hindu PhD that I may be either going to their university to give a talk in the next month or so, or I'll be doing it digitally and then we'll upload it here. And in his school of Advaita Vedanta, he studies Nagarjuna, the work of Nagarjuna. You know? So if he's adding the wisdom aspect to his Advaita practice, then the insights he's going to have there are going to be Buddhist insights. Lewis asks about my preference in the World Cup. I don't really follow soccer. I know. I'm sorry. All of Europe is going to check out of the chat now. But I've been a martial arts guy for a long time, so I never got into football. Welly man, I'd be happy actually to work with you on that if you have a bunch of stuff in mind already for video games, movies, whatever. We can talk shop on it, figure out what would be interesting and worthwhile to include, and I'd be happy to do that. I know also General Tao wanted to basically sponsor a couple videos on certain topics, and I'm open to that. I'm open to if you wanted, if you really did want to sort of chip in on a video, both in terms of time and finances. I am very happy to focus my attention on something that you as a community member wants me to do. If we can make a good case that thing will be beneficial to the community, you know what I mean? And I think we can for the video that you're talking about, because I had the same idea. So yeah, we should definitely talk about it. Reach out to me on the Discord or whatever means, and we will take steps on that for sure. I mean, for sure. Euthanasia, I'm not sure, Lewis. I don't have a strong opinion on it. It's kind of none of my business in a way. If other people want to do that sort of thing, it's not up to me. Am I familiar with the 4 Chogshag? I don't think so. Okay, I've got a super chat coming in. Thoughts on Jodo Shinshu? Let me make sure that I'm thinking of the same thing. Oh yeah. Pure Land. It's great. It's good. Pure Land is a-okay. There's good references for Pure Land. Pure Land is very well established in terms of the textual tradition. It's there, if I'm not mistaken, in both the Sutra and Tantra traditions. There are correlates, not exactly the same, but there are correlates, things that are very similar in the Theravada tradition called the pure abodes. They're a bit different, but again, there's pretty good support for this across the Buddhist canon, I think. So the idea that you can enter into these places where you can carry on and complete your practices is pretty well established. And since it's relatively easy compared to having to do all the work as a human being, it's worth considering. if you're not going to be able to finish your practice in this life, you might as well do what's required to potentially take rebirth in a pure land where you could complete your practice with relative ease. Okay, Dylan asks, oh no, Lewis asks, are there spiritual teachers in the Bardo like many lives, many masters? I'm not sure. Various beings who are beneficial can appear to you in the Bardo and help you, if that's what you're asking. Dylan asks if I think Buddhism is the only way or the optimal way. It depends on how far we're zooming in or zooming out. If you zoom all the way in to here on earth, standing here with me right now, a person who wants to attain nirvana or enlightenment in this life, yes. If you zoom out just a little bit and say, well, what if we're not talking about trying to attain nirvana or enlightenment in just this life? Now it becomes more interesting, because even in the Jatakas, even in the Buddha's past lives, there were times where he was a Hindu practitioner for an entire lifetime. The Buddha has all these past lives where he did other stuff, believed other stuff, worshipped deities, all sorts of things. So it's possible that for some lifetimes, a person who is even a bodhisattva on the bodhisattva path headed towards enlightenment might not even be Buddhist for that whole lifetime. And according to one of my teachers, the fact that we were born here like this with the Dharma available is because we were a really good practitioner who did ethics, trained maybe a bit in concentration, etc., in some other type of religion. Your very, very best karma is what brought you to this. And you probably got that karma by being exceptionally devoted to a different religion in a previous life. So is Buddhism the only way? Well, again, it depends on how much you zoom in. Because if you zoom out and you say, we're not just going to look at trying to attain enlightenment in this very life, and we zoom out and say, over the course of 1,000 lifetimes, or 10,000 or 1,000,000 lifetimes, like if we were doing it the Buddha's way, headed all the way to enlightenment, you may go through several lifetimes, hundreds, thousands of lifetimes where you're not even Buddhist, you're practicing a different religion, but through that religion, you're cultivating your character in a specific way that's beneficial for the path. And so even beings here in this lifetime with us today, practicing non-Buddhist religions, could be, maybe not necessarily are, but could be cultivating the virtues, the merit, etc., that takes them further down the path and eventually turns them into a Buddha, even though what they're practicing right now isn't Buddhism. So their practice now is on the path to Buddhahood. You understand? And now this should make sense to some of you why I don't care what religion somebody is. Because here's the thing. If you accumulate incredibly good karma in this lifetime, training in something else, and then there's a little spark in your mind somewhere where you go, I trained in a bit of that Buddhist stuff and it was really good. And I have respect for that Buddhist thing, even though it's not something I'm doing because I'm Christian or I'm Jewish or I'm whatever. You have created the link, the karmic link, through the feelings of respect. Think about the Buddha example, right? Just seeing the image of the Buddha, much less feeling respect when you see it, creates this unbelievable store of merit. So if you have a Christian practitioner who spends their whole life as an extremely devoted Christian, but they go on a retreat with some crazy Buddhist guy once who gives them a technique that makes their Christian practice even better, and therefore the rest of your life, every time you see a Buddha statue, you go, man, I have respect for that Buddhist stuff. Even though I'm Orthodox Christian, that Buddhist stuff's really great. You've now created the karmic link so that in the future, you will become Buddhist. your karma is taking you to somewhere where you're going to train in the Dharma and finish the process, kind of whether you like it or not. So when you zoom out and think about the larger karmic situation that all beings are in, and think about the project as not something just in this lifetime, but over 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes, 1,000 lifetimes, then the questions become, I think, much more interesting. And there's really no reason for sectarianism. There's no reason to go, oh, mine's so much better than yours. What's a much more important project, actually, is not not proving to every Christian on earth that they should be Buddhist this lifetime, but convincing them that maybe there's some stuff in Buddhism that's worth thinking about, and that some of these ideas are respectable, and that some of what the Buddha did was respectable, so that there's a few karmic seeds of having respect for Buddha, Dharma, Sangha in their mental continuum, in their mixing around with all of the virtue they're accumulating as a Christian. Because karma is going to take them where it takes them, you know? Okay. So JP asks why I got a PhD instead of becoming a monk. I told that story yesterday, actually, in the stream. So I'll tell the mini version. You can watch the stream from yesterday to hear the full version. I was going to become a monk. I got very close to it. And then my teacher told me, my first serious guru told me that if you want to benefit others, don't become a monk, because almost nobody understands what a monk is. So if you want to benefit others, remain as a layperson, and you'll be able to benefit more people than if you were a monk. And I said, okay. Because the deepest, in my bones, I wanted to be a monk. And I talked to my guru, and he said, you want to help other people? And I said, yeah, of course. I want to help. I want to help other people get this. I want to, this is it. And he said, don't become a monk. No one will understand who you are, what you're doing. You're just some guy wearing funny clothing with a shaved head. No one's going to understand. There's such a smaller audience for you to benefit others if they don't know what you are and who you are and what you're doing. He said, stay a layperson and you'll benefit more people. And I said, okay. And then he also said, which I didn't say yesterday, he said, me as a clueless 20-year-old, he said to me, I'm going to make you a great scholar. And I just laughed at the time. But now here we are. So he passed away before I could ask him if I've actually fulfilled his wishes, but I hope I have. I hope I've fulfilled his wishes in becoming a great scholar and remaining a layperson and trying to benefit others while living this way, you know? Okay. Lewis, about chode practice. I don't do chode, so I'm not super familiar with the ins and outs of it. Yeah, if you want to study chode, there's a lot of good resources online, I think. But it's also a tantric practice, so in reality, people aren't supposed to be talking about it unless you have empowerment. So it's kind of a weird situation that it's out there in public and you can just search the internet and find out what it is and start talking about it. Okay. Setyamas asks, I was wondering about your view on commentaries, how far we should use them as authentic references. I've discussed this before. It's a very important point. Setyamas, put it in the bottom of the chat right now. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's possible for people to attain the realizations that the Buddha attained? Just put a yes or no in the bottom of the chat if you're still here. And then I will come back and answer your question after I answer the next question. Okay. So Oates asks, can you talk more about Buddhist view and my view on consciousness? I've spoken a lot about consciousness and made videos and things on it. Consciousness, according to Buddhism, is non-physical. Okay, I got you, Satyama. I'll come right back to you. Consciousness is non-physical. Consciousness is an infinite causal sequence. The part of your consciousness that gets reborn is the subtlest layer of your consciousness carrying karma. So there's your consciousness, this moment of consciousness flips over into the next moment of consciousness. So it's a causal process. This is why it's not a soul. This is why it's not an unchanging entity going from life to life. It's a set of causal principles, right? Or basically the previous moment of your mind is causing the next moment of your mind. And that process has no beginning. So all of us are infinite beings, which is kind of an interesting idea. So that's the aspect that gets reborn. That's the aspect that you're going to carry to enlightenment. Yeah. And if you look at some of the videos I put up, Oat Social, you'll see that I have a few little experiments, like the one on the hard problem of consciousness, where you can do some work and look at what your mind does and the stuff your mind produces, and look at your consciousness from a pretty accessible level, and directly experience that it couldn't possibly be a physical thing. And then if you do the 5 Foundations course, for example, when you get to Foundation 4 and we're doing Mahamudra practice, then you're learning how to meditate on consciousness itself. So instead of just working with content of consciousness, which is what I do in the Hard Problem of Consciousness video, you can actually kind of turn the flashlight around and look at your consciousness of itself. And you can see when you look at consciousness, it's not a physical thing. So you don't have to take anyone's word for it. You do the work, you see it, and you go, yes, okay. And you can probably have those experiences with, if you did like 30 minutes a day of practice for 3 or 4 years, and then occasionally did a deeper retreat of, 4, 5, 6 days, maybe once a year, you'll start having experiences of this sort of thing within 2 or 3 years. So it's imminently doable and experienceable if you put in the time and the work. And there'll be a lot of other things that happen between here and there that keep you energized about what you're doing. Okay, so now to return to Satyama's question. If you think that other beings can attain the same realization as the Buddha attained, don't you want to read what they have to say? I do. Especially if they're closer to my time and they're not writing in a way that is more appropriate to 600 years before the birth of Christ. If somebody attained the same realization the Buddha attained yesterday, I want to read their commentary on Buddhism, because they are going to use language and ways of talking and concepts and analogies and everything else that really appeal to modern minds living in the modern world right now. So absolutely, you should put powerful, devoted energy into studying the commentaries on the various canons, and in particular the canon that is the basis of your tradition, whatever your tradition is. Okay. Does the idea of Vairocana Buddha suggest a pantheistic worldview? I've heard this claim. I don't know if it's correct. I don't think so, because Buddhas are not gods. So by definition, it wouldn't be pantheistic. And Vairocana, if I'm not mistaken, is the form aspect of the Buddha. Just checking myself here. On the internet, it's quite difficult to get good information. Dharma body. Yeah. I'm pretty sure in the 5-family model that Vairocana is the form element. 5 wisdoms, Dharma, realms, body. Right. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not finding it, but I'm pretty sure Vairocana represents the perfection of your aggregate of form as a Buddha. I don't know that implies any kind of theism at all. So I wish I could be more helpful in that regard. But I think that's all I can say. Which is declared in chief respect signs of. Okay. Is singing Om Ahom Banza Guru Pema Simi Hong the same merit as just reciting the mantra? I'm not sure, Lewis. I would consult a teacher or lineage where that's an important practice and ask them. I don't do a lot of that particular practice. That's Medicine Buddha's mantra, isn't it? Welly Man says he has a view that Tibetan sectarianism is really teaching and wisdom, and due to the ever-shifting nature of the times. It's a lot more complex than that, because there were multiple transmissions of Buddhism to Tibet. And the Nyingma, for example, mainly follows the first transmission to Tibet. The Kagyu and Sakya follow, I think, some of the original and some of the new transmission that came in a later time. And then the Geluk were founded by a Kagyu practitioner whose ideas became so different from his contemporaries that his followers formed an entire new school on the basis of what he was teaching. In other words, the Geluk. And then other schools, and I think, the Jonang school also, as a small school, developed around one particular type of understanding of emptiness and a particular way of doing Kalachakra Tantra. So these things, I think, develop around certain ideas, certain ways of practicing that are emphasized in those communities, and the differences are significant in terms of scholarly interest, let's say, but how different they are when you actually get down to the practices, the results of the practices, is another question. I tend to think that in terms of the results of the practices, they're quite similar, if not entirely the same. And this is actually the opinion of many great yogis, not myself claiming to be a great yogi, but it is the opinion of many great yogis, I should say, that's how it goes. How important is it to chant a mantra 108 times? I don't know that it's particularly important to do 108, but each mantra has its own flavor. And as you do a particular mantra, you will notice that your body and your mind respond and change in a certain way that is unlike other mantras. And it might take doing about 1,000 repetitions, like 10 malas worth, for you to notice, wow, yeah, there's some kind of effect that's building up from this. And if you were only doing one mantra, you would think this must be what every mantra does. However, if you do more than one type of mantra, even in one single day, let's say that you were doing 30,000 mantras in one day or something, across different sessions, you will notice that each one of those mantras has a has a quite distinct sort of feeling to it, a different vibe to it, and affects your body differently and affects your mind differently. So mantra is quite an interesting subject. Um, and the yogis, I think, have used mantras to help in sort of subtle ways help their mind accomplish things that they're trying to accomplish. There's a little bit of research on mantra. The Manjushri mantra had some research done on it, and one of the promises of the Manjushri mantra is it says it'll make you more intelligent. And they did some research on this and found that if you have school children do the Manjushri mantra, they do actually have increased IQ after some period of time. It's kind of interesting. So mantras are meant to affect you in various ways, and they, I think, do in fact. But there's no good scientific reason for that at this time. Lewis asks if it's helpful to read Advaita Vedanta texts. If you're new, I think it's helpful to find a lineage, study in that lineage, dive as deeply and as hardcore as you can in that lineage, whatever it is, and focus on that for 5 years, maybe 10 years, and study very little of anything else. Just completely marinate yourself fully in that one thing. That's really helpful. If you just read a million things from a million places and try to make a big mishmash of whatever in your head, it ends up like biryani. It's like a little bit of everything, but not a lot of anything. I mean, there's plenty of rice in there, but it's just a jumble of random chopped up stuff in your head. And that doesn't get you enough power, force, etc., in terms of motivation from day to day for you to be able to accomplish the things that you might want to accomplish in practice. You need to do one system long enough that it can, you sort of marinate in it so that it changes your motivations and intentions. Daniel asks about using Sanskrit to create sacred states of mind. Yeah, there are things like this. So, part of tantric practice. Part of tantric practice is using visualized syllables to help you have something to grab onto to do more sophisticated kinds of practices where there's nothing to grab onto. In terms of the ins and outs of those, you'd have to ask someone who has a lot of experience in terms of tantric practice. But basically, those aren't beginner practices. Those are things that you would do after a long time of doing more conventional kinds of practice on the sutra path. Baba Buki asks why consciousness continues when the body dies. How does it go into another being? Because consciousness is not produced by your brain, it doesn't go out of existence when your brain breaks up and turns into nothing. And that's a very long conversation. I've had it on these streams before, but if you look at all of the evidence for children with past life memories, near-death experience, if you look at modern physics, if you look at the hard problem of consciousness, if you meditate and actually look at what your consciousness is, it's not a physical thing. And we have good evidence that it comes from a previous life and good evidence that it doesn't stop when your brain is no longer functioning. So we have pretty good evidence, actually, the best evidence that from any time period in history for the idea that your mind is non-physical and doesn't come from your brain. Obviously, it's interacting with your brain at a sophisticated level, but the fundamental thing that is consciousness, that this continuum of awareness and clarity, in other words, a non-physical thing that generates experiences and knows those experiences, that continuum is not a physical thing. So that's why it doesn't stop when your body dies. That's why it doesn't start when your body forms. It started infinitely before that. And actually, it will continue to exist as a causal chain infinitely into the future also. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry, Padmasambhava. Okay. Divine asks about how to be Buddhist while being non-Buddhist. I think I covered that. Double Samburger, hello again, asks, when they talk about recognizing the nature of mind in Dzogchen, what do they mean? They mean that you have generated the subtlest aspect of consciousness using various tantric techniques, and you are abiding in, or you have made manifest and are abiding in that subtlest nature of consciousness. And they call that Rigpa, which is different than your human consciousness. It's way subtler. It's the consciousness that normally only manifests at the time of death. Very, very, very subtle. I think Gelug has a certain appeal to the Western mind in particular because they're so crystal clear and precise about all the terms, all the relationships between stuff on the path, and the steps and stages you need to take on the path to make your way down the road. However, as the other traditions have seen what the Gelug has done in the West, I think they're placing more emphasis on bringing their scholars, like in the Kagyu tradition, their Kenpos, they're great scholars, and I see actually in the West, in the modern world, Nyingma is growing. The Kagyu seems to be growing. So I think really any of these traditions could be practiced quite well, quite successfully. I think Sakya is starting to grow again because I think we're on the 43rd. What is it? 43rd head of that lineage, and because it's a new head now, I think more people are becoming interested. Recommendation for Swami Sarva Pridhyanda. Okay. You can recite whatever mantras you want to without transmission, but the transmission makes the mantras more powerful. Does Buddhism support the idea that we are fundamentally mind? No. This is one fairly significant difference between the systems. Buddhism says there are individual mind streams, as opposed to this idea that at some subtler level of consciousness, actually, we're all one thing, right? We're all Brahma. Buddhism has no idea, no similar idea to this. That we have no statement of either faith or reason that is like that. So that is definitely more of a Hindu idea. However, there are states of awareness you can generate in meditation where your consciousness will seem to spread out everywhere, so they say. And in that condition, because you are formless, you are without form, and your consciousness is mingling with other formless consciousnesses, it can become very non-dual very quickly. And if you'd like to get a sense of what people sort of describe that as and think of that as in terms of experience, a fair number of people in near-death experience have experience of some kind of formless being at the time of death. And they talk about how basically they merge with that being for a period of time, and they still are individual, but at the same time, they're totally merged with that being. And so I think, when I think about it, at least, I think of it like this, like that, where from the Buddhist standpoint, you can be an independent mind stream, but there are certain states of awareness with a certain amount of subtlety, a certain amount of formlessness in which you can have a very sort of non-dual, interdependent perspective on the consciousness of all other beings. That doesn't mean that we're all inherently one thing, but I think that kind of experience is actually possible. So I'm being asked if I've tried any hallucinogens. No, I'm not a hallucinogen guy. What I tend to say about hallucinogens is, for some people, they motivate they stuff happens and they motivates you to get on some kind of path so that you can stabilize whatever has happened to you and sort it out. And that's about as good as it gets. That's the best possible outcome. A lot of people have bad experiences. and a lot of people have experiences that aren't particularly profound. And because the profound experiences are mixed with a bunch of hallucinated stuff that doesn't exist, I think this has very limited value for a serious practitioner. Welly Main asks, I think everyone will make more progress with a structured process, a structured approach. If you've already taken a hallucinogen and that has motivated you to come onto some path and do the training, fantastic. If you're training with me and you want to take hallucinogens, we're adults. You can do what you want. Not up to me. I'm not going to judge you. But I will give you the advice that because what you experience there will be mixed with stuff that doesn't exist, and that stuff doesn't exist, when you come back, your conviction about the stuff that happened and what was important, what wasn't important, will be pretty shaky because any part of it could have been fake. And when you train in things more systematically, that's just not true. That's not how it is when you train in stuff systematically, because those experiences are reliable. Okay. Next. If we're talking about actual transmission of information from one consciousness to another, this is mind-to-mind transmission right now. I'm having thoughts and ideas, I'm saying them, and you're receiving them. One of my teachers, I won't mention who because he wouldn't appreciate it, I don't think, but one of my teachers had a teacher who was about to die, and that teacher said, come here, come stand here, and literally transferred memories to my teacher, and he had the memories of his teacher transferred to him of the practices that he was going to need to do later that his teacher wasn't going to be able to teach him, information he had never heard, never been taught. And then later on, when he was doing his practices, those memories turned out to be accurate in terms of what he was going to experience and what he needed to do next. So I think it is actually possible for practitioners to literally transfer information from one mind to the other. But, there's also this thing that in Zen, for example, there's the idea that the practice of Zen is something that happens outside the sutras. So since it's outside the sutras, it has to go from my mind to your mind. it wasn't written down so that it could go from my mind to the paper to your mind, and thus it must go from my mind teaching you into your mind, right? So I think that's a more conventional kind of process, despite the very fancy sounding name. Okay. Daniel, about reincarnated lamas. This won't mean much to you probably, but if you train in single pointed concentration, Buddhism says you're going to develop clairvoyance. You will know the thoughts of other beings. You will be able to see distant places. You'll be able to hear things happening in distant places. You'll be able to see sometimes past events. You'll be able to see past lives. And these are just side effects of training in concentration and actually accomplishing it. And so that's sort of the entry of those entry level of those capabilities. So for beings who attained that and then carried on training in all the other aspects of the path in caves and so forth for 3 years or 6 years or 10 years or 30 years or whatever, have even much greater capabilities than this. So they know where these people are, man. They just turn their mind and they look and they go, oh yeah, 13th Lama so-and-so, yeah, he was reborn over there. And if you go look in that place in this particular region on this side of the country, he'll be in a village there. He's a child now. And the timing now, from what I can see, timing is good to go find him. That's the sort of stuff they do. And then even when they find them, they do a bunch of tests to make sure that that child is the legitimate reincarnation. And those tests would be like, for example, identifying objects that belong to the previous person, sometimes recalling the names of people that the child could not have known, and a number of other things. So, yeah, that's how it works. So Mountain License asks about near-death experience. The research on near-death experience, for most of the history of that research, was quite poor. In the last, I think, 8 years now, there have been major research studies where they changed the methodology and made it much better. Better sample sizes, better methods of collection, etc. And now I think the research is pretty good. Pretty darn good, pretty interesting, pretty compelling. Okay, just a quick commercial break. My dear friends, colleagues, comrades, I am going on hour number 4 at the moment. Let me simply say, once again, I teach everything for free. To carry on teaching it for free, I have to have a certain amount of financial support from the community, or at some point I'll have to do way less of this and get a full-time job doing something else. So if you think this is valuable and you want me to carry on doing this, I need support from the community. So please do drop a donation in the GoFundMe or the Venmo, or sign up for the school course. And I've described the benefits of that many times on live. There are a lot of stuff is going on in the school course. Or you can be a member on YouTube at whatever level you're comfortable. And those things really help, especially in these early days where I'm trying to get, the setup to be more professional, which is why I look. You can see me tonight. It's 2:10 in the morning where I am, but it looks like I'm sitting here with for sunlight because I have studio lighting now due to the donations of the people on live. I do this between 70 and 100 hours a week. So I really don't have time to do anything else, and I don't want to do anything else. But if this is valuable to you guys, I have to have your support. So please do, in whatever capacity you can, right now at the moment, pause the stream, contribute what you can, become a member, join the school, drop a donation, because that's what allows me to carry on doing this for free for everyone. Okay? Okay, carrying on. Thank you so much, Divine. Means a lot. Means a lot. Okay, next. Beginner's mind. Really, really good subject. It means, first of all, you need to become an expert. You need to be so incredibly well informed that, like Nagarjuna, you could defeat the positions of Buddhism using the positions of other philosophies. If the Buddhist you were talking to didn't know their own school well enough. You need to be an incredible expert in the training that you're doing. You need to aspire to be a world-leading expert in the practices that you want to make accomplishment in. And then, having done all that, you need to keep your mind as open as a beginner to absolutely any information that could, in fact, improve any area of your understanding. And remain as humble as that beginner who came in on day one, despite the fact that you are now an extremely capable expert in every area that is relevant to what you're doing. So there's this balance between becoming technically and scholarly and practically extremely capable, and never losing that ability to set aside the opinions you've gained up to now. And as Musashi, the great swordsman, said, the purpose of today's training is to overcome yesterday's understanding, to constantly keep that thing going where you're going, how could I improve this little piece here? How could I make this little chunk, this little tiny chunk of what I'm doing in this aspect, how could I make that part better? Just like a beginner, they come in, they don't know how to sit, they don't know how to stand, they don't know how to do anything. And if they're humble, they go, hey, can you help me out with this? And at some point you've learned a bunch of stuff and you become somewhat experted in it. And if you lose that sense that you can still gain more improvement, more development, more subtlety in every aspect of what you're doing, if you lose that, then you stop developing. So that's beginner's mind. If we were to put it in martial arts terms, when you become the greatest swordsman in Japan, like Musashi, and you wake up tomorrow, the purpose of today's training is to overcome yesterday's understanding. You don't just bask in the fact that everyone thinks you're the best. And you don't stop your own training because you think, oh, look, I can defeat everybody already. You continue moving forward to try to make, just like when you were a beginner, to try to make it better, try to make it better, try to improve, try to make it more subtle, try to make the capability even more refined. Okay? C asks, I read the loving kindness and compassion meditation is not considered a Brahmavira without bodhicitta. I don't think that's true. Bodhicitta grows out of, if you do work on it, grows out of loving kindness and compassion. So they're already Brahmaviras. And stream entry, I can't remember what the criteria are for stream entry, but I think stream entry can happen way before you have Brahmaviras. I think it can happen, again, don't quote me on this, but I think it's more like refuge and just a fair amount of understanding of what you're doing on the path and pretty good ethics, so that basically you've accumulated enough momentum headed towards enlightenment that you're not going to fall off the path. You have so much momentum headed towards the goal that at some point you're going to attain the goal now. Maybe not next lifetime, maybe not this lifetime, maybe not next lifetime, maybe not for 200 lifetimes, but the momentum is pushing so hard in that direction, you can't actually turn away. Chogyam Trungpa, I don't have strong opinions on. Divine, I don't have strong opinions on Chogyam Trungpa, but the organization that has grown up since he passed away, like some other organizations, seems to have some problems. And so for beginners in particular, I would say, since there are other Kagyu and Nyingma associated organizations that don't have those problems, why not do that instead? You know, if it could get bad in that organization over the next 5 or 10 years because they have a history of bad stuff, why not just, if you're new, why not just go to a different organization that doesn't have that going on? That's what I would say. And I'm not criticizing them. I'm not endorsing them either. I'm just saying, when there's a lot of controversy, difficulty, ethical issues, whatever happening in an organization, maybe that's not the best place to start. If there's another organization that teaches the same things that isn't doing all of that, maybe that's the place to start, Okay. When I took LSD, I once sat down to meditate, saw the Buddha meditating on top of a very high carved out mountain. Right. Yeah. I mean, again, the problem is that you can't make that happen twice. You don't know if it was real. And if that makes you feel super special as a being, you have gone backwards in terms of your progress and not forwards. as my very kind root guru used to say, if you're trying to meditate on your breath and blue Buddhas start melting down through the top of your head, you lost the object of meditation. If you're trying to meditate on your breath and a deva appears to you and starts giving you advice on your meditation object, you've lost the object of meditation. Your intent was to put your mind on your fucking breath. And if something else happens, you've lost your intent, which means that you're no longer training. You set out to do a particular thing, to finally make your mind slightly better, and your mind ran all over the place, and now you think you're special. Not you, right? But a lot of people do that, especially if you start meditating on consciousness and the senses and these other things. All sorts of things are going to happen. And if something out of the ordinary happens and then you go, oh, I'm super special now, you just totally fucked your training for a long time. Sorry that I'm cursing. But I'm cursing because you need to remember that if your practice makes you more arrogant or makes you think you're superior to other people, you're taking the way out, the only way out, and flipping it on its face and turning it into the way right back in. So, again, I'm not criticizing you, Dylan, not criticizing you personally, because I don't know you and I don't know. You seem like you genuinely want to head down the road, down the path, and so forth. So I'm not criticizing you. But that is one of those kinds of examples where, I've met people where they had a hallucinogenic experience or they had one experience in meditation, and now they think that they're a Buddha or that they're a greatly realized being and that everyone needs to listen to them, and it ruined their entire life. And then some people do listen to them and it ruins other people's life. It's just terrible. And those people had those experiences. They had those experiences probably because they were headed the right way. Do you see how tragic this is? They were headed the right way, but they didn't have enough guidance at the right time. They had an experience that's relatively ordinary in terms of meditative experience, like seeing a deva or, having a visionary experience for a short period of time, or seeing white light in all directions, or having a clairvoyance experience a couple of times, or whatever. These things that if you talk to meditators are just like, yeah, that happens sometimes, dude. Like, it's normal. That's how things are. It doesn't make you special. It's just like one of the things that's going to happen from time to time. Carry on. What were you trying to do? Meditate on your breath? Yeah, you lost the object. It was a really cool way to lose the object, I guess, but you know, you're trying to gain certain skills here, and that wasn't the skill you were trying to gain. So it's really, really tragic, actually, when people have those experiences, have no teachers, have no reference point, and then they leave the path of training that they were on because they think that that thing's much more important than it is. You know? It really breaks my heart, man, because I've seen it so many times, and there are so many people on online forums and stuff that are just lost, utterly lost, because they had one experience in meditation and nobody to tell them what it was. And some of those people, from what I can tell, will never recover from that experience. Or if they will, I mean, they've already been sort of screwed up by it for years, you know? So this is why lineages are important, by the way. This is why you can't just do it with books and videos and other stuff, because if you do have a couple of experiences that seem out of the ordinary, you're going to think you're super special, probably. You need lineages to tell you, yeah, that's just, yeah, you know. Sometimes you see Buddhas, mostly it doesn't mean anything. Go back to your practice. You know? Like, you need a lineage to help you put stuff in perspective. Okay. ABC, thank you. Thank you. I hope so. I really do. I hope I figure out some way to make the money side of this work, because I'm not going to charge people for it. And because I don't think that's ethical. And yeah, I mean, frankly, there really is nothing else in my life that I want to do besides this, just from my side, you know. And I'm a bit overwhelmed and shocked, really, and pleased that there are other people that think it's worth it for me to do it. You know, I find that actually pretty surprising. I was saying a couple of days ago on live that the first week where people were sort of going, "Oh my God, where have you been for the last 10 years?" when I was struggling with stuff and I couldn't answer these questions. And I was just like standing in the kitchen, staring at my phone on the brink of tears, like, really, where have I been? You know, like, I have wanted nothing else for at least a decade than to do this and to help people with this sort of thing. And frankly, I just thought people weren't interested. Or that I didn't have the skill to do it in such a way that people would appreciate what I was trying to do. And that's not quite the right way to say it, but that I mean that it would connect and it would actually do something and benefit the other person. You know, and I'm not looking for appreciation. Well, I mean that it would actually connect and do what I was hoping it would do for people. And so I'm just blown away. I've been on the brink of tears and actually cried a couple of times, thinking, my goodness, I might actually be able to help a few people. How extraordinary would that be? You know? So if the community thinks that that me doing this is worth it, and enough people come together to make it financially possible, then I'm going to carry on doing it until I'm dead. So stay tuned. ABC, I have wondered if maybe I was a monk in a past life. I probably was at some point. I don't know. But all of us probably were at some point, you know. Past lives are infinite. What is the primary reason you find Buddhism more compelling than Advaita? I've covered that a number of times. Advaita has a lot of flavors. Some Advaita schools seem to have the Buddhist wisdom aspect. Some of them seem not to. So yeah, I mean, I just think the Buddhist wisdom aspect makes all the difference. That's the piece that most Advaita schools don't have. And I find the Buddhist way of describing how to do all of this at least for me, is slightly more straightforward, more sort of based on causes and conditions, and here's how you set stuff up to make the next thing happen instead of relying upon the blessing of a deity, for example. Sure, we also have blessings of deities, but there's also causes and conditions we're going to put in place that are quite straightforward and common sense. And I like that. Lewis, I do like Thich Nhat Hanh. I don't know Drunvalo. My cursing, I don't know if it's upaya. I don't know if it's skillful or not, but it is a thing. It's definitely a thing. You know, part of what I'm trying to do, if I may, is show people that you don't have to be like some weirdo floating on a cloud who talks funny and isn't a real person and is like a caricature of a real person to make progress in this stuff. You can be a normal person with a normal haircut and a normal beard. You don't have to grow your beard out to here and grow your hair down and comb it a certain way and get on social media talking about the fact that nothing exists. And you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do weird shit. You can just be a normal person and train your mind and gain accomplishment, and nobody needs to know it. Nobody needs to know. And that's how my teachers are that live in the real world. If they didn't tell you, you wouldn't know. Because it's not something that's happening on the outside. All right. I love, Lewis, I love Scottish heather honey. It really is some of, if not the best honey on earth that I have ever tasted. It is exceptional honey. I actually used to be a beekeeper for a short period of time, for about a year. So I know a thing or two about honey, and heather honey is delicious. Okay, my friends, I have reached that. Sorry, when you said a chill guy at the bottom of the chat, have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that short music video? Just for fun, I'm going to put it in the Discord. I'm not going to put it in this chat, but just for fun, I'll put it in the fun part of the Discord. So there's this really funny song. I sent it to one of my students once, and he was like, "I feel personally attacked by this." So the whole song is like, I'm uncomfortable sitting, and I'm uncomfortable standing, and I'm uncomfortable in public, and I'm uncomfortable in private. I'm uncomfortable naked, and I'm uncomfortable in clothing. But you'd be surprised to find out I'm a chill dude. I am pretty laid back. It's like the modern condition. Everyone is uncomfortable with everything all the time and trying to pretend like they're super relaxed and chill about everything. Okay, Major General Tao, will you just put like 5 dashes in a comment, and that'll be the line past which I will not cross, because we've reached 2:30 in the morning. And I should get some sleep. So I'm going to cover what I have here, and that will be, after that, that'll be the end. Okay. Welly Man says, I can confirm thinking you're special after a couple meditative experiences can indeed ruin your life. I'm really glad, no kidding aside, that you're willing to say that and let other people see it, because someone was talking to me on the phone today, a new student was talking to me on the phone today, and he said, I really want to do the religious part of Buddhism, like I want to attain liberation. I want to do the really religious thing. and you seem to just be talking about like causes that lead to certain results in meditation. Like, it doesn't sound religious. And I went, yeah. The magic is that there's no magic. The magic is that it's causes and effects. That if you do certain things, it leads to certain results that are real. And at some point, the results you're getting are so far beyond what you thought was possible, you have to call it religion now. But it's all causes and effects. That's the magic. And if you get sidetracked because you think you're special and whatever, you've lost it. You've lost it. Okay, Double Sam asks, I heard in a Bodhidharma lecture that seekers of the way need not learn any dogma, but simply need to figure out how to avoid attachment and salting after. I really don't agree with that. I think there's been an effort in the West in particular to strip Buddhism of anything that might be even slightly offensive to anyone else. And this is why Buddhism is dying a slow death. Because if you turn Buddhism into self-help with Buddhas, nobody cares. If it's just one more self-help thing, there's better self-help out there. Cognitive science and a therapist are going to do way better helping yourself than self-help with Buddhas. And I'm so sorry to say, Buddhism does have positions on what's true and not true, and doesn't say you can just make up whatever you want and have it be true. Buddhism has positions on why are we here? How did the universe get here? What's the meaning of life? What's the purpose of life? What's worth doing? What's not worth doing? What's ethical? What's unethical? What's worth pursuing? What's not worth pursuing? How should you relate to things in your marriage? How should you be a good boss? How should you be a good employee? How should you leave inheritance to your children? It has ethical positions on abortion. It has ethical positions on suicide. It has positions on all of these issues we think are important in the modern world that every other religion and major philosophy has. And the thing is, if you want to make progress, you do have to learn, as a Buddhist, you do actually have to learn what Buddhism says. And it's not just free for all, make up whatever you want, believe whatever you want. There is no Buddhist text that says that doing that will be good for you. And Buddhism doesn't just say, we don't know. Buddha criticized one of the schools that existed at his time that said, he criticized the agnostic school that was unwilling to take a position on anything. So it's not agnosticism, it's not free for all. And yeah, it will be offensive to some people that hold the opposite views. Sorry. You have to do that if you want to answer serious questions. You have to be willing to offend someone who holds the opposite viewpoint to take a serious position on any issue that's consequential. The reason someone else is going to be offended is because the issue has meaning. Of course, you're going to offend people. If it was a meaningless issue, you wouldn't offend anybody. So you can either be a jellyfish and say, oh, we don't accept anything, we don't do anything, we don't practice anything, we don't have any beliefs, we're not sure about anything. You can do that, good luck. Or you can take a stance on stuff that matters and is important and just say, you know what, for some people, this is not going to be for you. And that's okay. No problem. This isn't for everybody. Some people won't like this. That's fine. You know? And for the people that like it, here's the real stuff that makes this work. Here's the meaning. Here's the profound meaning and consequence and purpose you've been fucking missing your entire fucking life. Here it is. Welcome. This is not self-help. This is not do-it-yourself day. This is not make your own path. This is the truth, the perennial, subtle, profound, incredible, expansive truth of how everything works since forever until forever. Welcome. Right? Oh, you don't agree? Okay, no problem. It's not for everybody. These are the statements the Buddha makes. The Buddha doesn't say, I don't know, make it up as you go along. I don't teach anything. There's no philosophy or religion on the planet that takes that idea seriously, besides radical uh, relativism, right? But here's the tremendous and undigestible truth of radical relativism. You ready? The only truth, the only unassailable, absolute truth is that there is no unassailable absolute truth. How can you say that and not laugh at yourself? Relativism can't be true because it's a self-defeating idea. If relativism was true, then the statement that all truths are relative would also be relative. It's an absolute nonsense of a philosophical position. There are some things that are true, there are some things that are false. You don't just get to make it up as you go along and have your own thing. Sorry. And if you want meaning and purpose, making it up as you go along and chasing your own impulses is going to really screw you up. Because most of us, if we just chased our own impulses all day, would be in jail in like a month. Okay. Yeah, Altus Buddha. Again, we could talk about hallucinogen stuff all night. It really does screw up a lot of people, as does weed. Weed, I've told this story before, but, I grew up in California. I did have a period of time when I was young where I smoked some weed. And before I did, I was, in terms of IQ, I was right on the edge of being a genius. So, like, for me, being smart was kind of my thing. I didn't have much else, And then I smoked some weed for, I don't know, like 8 months for 1 year in high school. And it took me 8 years to get the sharpness of my mind back. 8 years. So smoking weed for a few months isn't actually something casual. It's something that will make you less sharp for years. So when people come to me and they say, oh yeah, well, I smoke weed to meditate better and stuff, I'm going, dude, half of meditation is having a mind that is lucid and discerning. That's half of what you're doing. Just making the mind calm isn't meditation at all, actually. Having a calm mind is not meditation. Having a calm, lucid, sharp mind is meditation. Okay. Do I like the Gnostic Gospels? The Gnostic Gospels, in terms of their value as archaeological, historical things that Jesus might have said, are worthless. Totally worthless. They are way too late in the record. They don't have any value from a historical, critical perspective in terms of understanding who Jesus was and what he taught. They are way too late. They have no correlates in earlier teachings. They basically, from a historical perspective, can't tell you anything about Jesus. Are they interesting? Yeah. I mean, I think they're very interesting. And the people who wrote them were probably quite interesting, but it doesn't tell us much about Christianity or Jesus. Any relationship with Buddhism? Not so much. Again, there's some interesting ideas in there, but not really, no. Well, okay, so ABC, my whole thing is I don't charge for teachings. So I'm not going to go on Patreon and have a situation where someone won't be able to attend because they didn't pay. I think that is morally wrong. Think about the stakes. If you believe what Buddhism is saying, think about the stakes that are at stake here. Are you telling me that for $10, I'm going to not give someone the information that would help them get out of suffering that they have been in since infinite time? Are you insane? That I'm going to deny them the possibility that they might make progress towards infinite happiness in the future because I want $10 from you? Are you crazy? Like the ethical implications of putting a monetary barrier between people, suffering people getting the information they need to get out of suffering is like not even close to a conversation you want to be having with yourself. It's so wrong on so many levels. So wrong. I'm not going to charge people for this. I'm not going to put a barrier between giving them people the information they need and the information. So again, what it requires is me sort of taking a leap of faith that enough people will get together that think what I'm doing is worth it, that money materializes and we can all go on doing it together. And if not, then as I told my wife today, who made a very similar statement, I'll pack it up and I'll do something else. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If not enough people care or whatever, it doesn't work. But if enough people think this is worth me saying all this in public and training and whatever, then it'll work. Just checking to see if any last minute questions snuck in. Okay, my friends, I'll probably be doing it tomorrow as well. Although, Sam, below the video, you'll see my Venmo and my GoFundMe. You can donate through those anytime. Yeah, exactly. I just really do think about the idea of like, yeah, I'm happy to teach you how to get out of suffering forever. That suffering you've been in for infinite lifetimes into the past, writhing in the hells, starving in the hungry ghost realms, being eaten alive over and over again as an animal, being reborn as horribly deformed and mentally incapable in the human realms infinite numbers of times. I'm happy to help you with that if you can, if you can give me $10. If you can't, then fuck off. I mean, are you kidding? I mean, really, when you think it through, it is. Somebody has to be really screwed up in the head to do that to you. It's really clear they don't care about you at all if they're doing that. Because if they cared about you, they couldn't do that. Now, I do understand, for example, if a teacher is traveling to some area and they couldn't afford to get there unless you pay for them to get there, that a certain amount of money will have to be collected for that teacher. Otherwise, physically, it can't happen. That's one thing. But again, just the more general thing, again, just doesn't make sense to me. You've got to have maybe you have a suggested donation, but if people want to turn up, you teach them, period. Okay. Yeah, anyways, enough about money. My friends, my colleagues, my fellows on the path. Yeah, like I said, for those of you who are compelled to become members or join the school course or donate, of course, it means a lot because unless I have support, there's no way to carry on doing this. And yeah, it is coming up. It's building. It's slowly happening, but I'm still significantly short of where I need to be to just even pay the bills, you know. So there's quite a ways to go. So every bit that comes in really does mean a lot, especially in these early days where there's not a lot of people contributing. Well, Sam, as some of the other folks will tell you, I'm also happy to, like, if you reach out to me on Discord, we can exchange phone numbers, we can get on Zoom. I'm happy to talk to you one on one about your practice and help you with stuff. And, you know, most of what I learned about Buddhism, I learned with a cup of coffee in my hand, sitting at my teacher's house, or sitting at Starbucks with my teacher, or at Waffle House with my teacher, you know. Like, most of what I learned about Buddhism came from those kinds of circumstances. So I think that's what's required, actually, for people to make progress. Okay. Does staying up so late affect my practice? I don't know. Depends, I guess, on how late I stay up and how early I get up. Okay, my friends, I think the Discord link, I posted in the chat earlier. I don't have it pulled up now. I put it in the chat too. Okay. All right, my friends, I must call it an evening. Thank you so much. Please, 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 as best you can, don't pass away before I see you again. And I hope to see you again very, very soon. Cheers.